the Built Heritage Committee meeting of November 6, 2023. I'd like to call the members to order. This hybrid meeting is being facilitated through Zoom and is being held on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, the original custodians of the unceded land in which the city of Ottawa is located. We extend our respect to all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people for their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Members are reminded to submit any motions, visual supports, or declarations of interest in writing to the coordinator at their earliest opportunity. Although the deadline has passed for residents to register to speak and provide written submissions to this committee, residents may still make written submissions to council. The reports considered today will be submitted to Ottawa City Council on November 22nd, 2023. A reminder that if participants are having technical issues with their Zoom connection, they may call in using the backup telephone number provided by the coordinator. I have received regrets from Member Madigan. Could the committee coordinator please call the roll? A reminder to members to unmute themselves when they're called.
Councillor Kelly. I do see you online, Councillor Kelly. Member Dote? Here. Member Quinn?
Present.
Councillor Troster?
Here.
Member Madigan? Councillor Leeper?
Good morning.
Member Legault?
Here.
Vice Chair Plount?
Ici.
Chair King?
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, are the minutes of Tuesday, September 12th, 2023 confirmed? Confirmed, thank you. So noting the heavy legislative agenda that we have this week, I'll be proceeding with a consent agenda. Usually that's not my typical approach, but we do have some presentation. We do have some items without presentations and also without speakers. So the first item before us is an application for demolition and new construction at 283-285 McLoud Street, properties designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as part of the Centertown Heritage Conservation District. We did receive correspondence from Heritage Ottawa, and the applicant team is here if needed, if there are any questions, as well as Heritage Ottawa. I just wanted to get a sense from committee whether there are any questions for the team or for Heritage Ottawa. I don't see any questions from committee. I also wanted to ascertain whether Heritage Ottawa needed to speak to this application if it was carried. And I see that they've indicated that they do not need to speak. Is this report carried? Carried. Thank you. So this report will be submitted to the Planning Committee and Housing Committee on November 15th, 2023 for consideration. I do believe we have a presentation on the Hintonburg pumping station, so that item will be held. We do have a presentation and registered speakers for 962 Echo Drive, so that item will be held. We also have an application for demolition and new construction at 110 York Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as part of the Byward Market Heritage Conservation District. We only have one registered speaker from Heritage Ottawa, as well as correspondence there. Is it the will of council, or sorry, of the committee to have any deliberation and debate on this item? I see no hands. Does Heritage Ottawa need to speak to this item if it's carried? They do not. So seeing that there are no questions or comments, is this report carried? Carried. Thank you so much. We'll hold 1 Maple Lane as there are delegations. And there is a presentation for the designation of Bronson Center. So we will hold that item as well. And of course, we will hold a Lansdowne 2.0 heritage considerations also for a presentation and for deliberation. So now going back to our first item. Can we please receive a presentation on an application to alter the former Hintonburg pumping station, a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act?
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'll just, there they are. Today, I'll be giving a brief presentation on an application to alter the former Hintonburg pumping station, a city-owned property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide, please. So you may remember that we gave a quick update on this back in April, but this is the application to alter the property now. So the subject property is circled in yellow on this slide. It's located in Ward 15, Kitchissippi, on the east side of Onagum Street, just north of the Kitchissippi-McCann and south of Lemhi Island. It is a key feature in a network of destinations along this section of the Ottawa River. That includes the Lemhi Island filtration plant and the Chief William Commanda Bridge, which was recently rehabilitated as a mixed-use path between Ottawa and Gatineau. Next slide, please. The former Hintonburg pumping station is located on the property. The building was originally constructed in 1899 as a 1.5-story limestone structure with a gable roof and an open veranda to facilitate water service to the village of Hintonburg. In 1924, it was decommissioned, and in 1932, it was converted into a residence and gatehouse to serve the new filtration plant on Lemhi Island. And in August 1987, the regional municipality of Ottawa-Carleton completed restoration work to the property and designated it under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, with intention of eventually adapting it. But unfortunately, in 1989, the building was severely damaged by a fire, and it has remained exposed to the elements since then. The property was added to the city's Heritage Watch List in 2022 in response to a Built Heritage Committee motion, which recognized the structure's deteriorating state. Since this time, Right of Way Heritage and Urban Design has initiated a project to rehabilitate the Hintonburg pumping station for public use as a key component of public realm improvements along the Ottawa River. While the final project costs will be determined at design stage, $800,000 for the works were secured for the project as part of the 2023 capital budget. Next slide, please. In terms of heritage value, unfortunately, most of the property's character defining elements as defined in the designation bylaw, including what you can see highlighted in yellow there, the pitched roof and open veranda, the circular turret, and the large half-round windows are no longer or barely legible. However, staff think that the property still contains cultural heritage value, and conserving and stabilizing what's left of the structure presents an opportunity to recognize the structure's remaining architectural features and the property's contextual value as it relates to its historical, physical, and visual connections to the Ottawa River. As part of this project, staff are requesting direction to amend the designation bylaw so that we may include a revised statement of cultural heritage value and list of attributes that reflect the property's current conditions. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the conservation elevations prepared by our consultant team. This work includes the stabilization, consolidation, and preservation of the remaining masonry, and rehabilitation work such as the addition of discrete structural elements were required, and the capping of the masonry walls, and insertion of metal grills in existing openings to stabilize the ruins. The proposal does not seek to restore missing character-defining elements, but rather contemporarily interpret some of them, such as the raised deck on the east elevation, which mimics the historic wraparound veranda, and the installation of metal grille work that will reflect the historic window patterns. The building's attributes that are still recognizable, such as parts of the masonry, will be, and part of a half round window as well on the south elevation, will be stabilized and preserved to help reinforce the property's initial design value. Next slide, please. Here we have a site plan and a couple of renderings showing some of the project's features, including improved pedestrian access to the ruins and shoreline, consisting of an accessible pathway from the street to the ruins, improved vehicular access, a landscape program inclusive of shade trees, naturalized plantings along the river to mitigate shoreline erosion, public art, picnic tables, bike racks, benches, and waste receptacles. And as previously mentioned, my favorite feature, the wooden deck that wraps around the ruins, providing accessible views to the Ottawa River. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, once a heritage permit is obtained, we will move ahead with securing a consultant to complete the detailed design phase. And eventually, once completed, the project will be transferred to Recreation and Cultural Facility Services for custodianship. Next slide, please. In terms of consultation, an Engage Ottawa project page was established in May 2023. Digital and in-person public open houses were held in June of this year, and Heritage Ottawa Councillor Leeper and Chair King were also notified of this application. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff are recommending approval of the alteration of the Hintonburg pumping station to facilitate the proposed conservation works and park design, with the condition that an interpretation strategy be developed and implemented as part of the overall project. Staff is also requesting direction to amend the designation bylaw, that authority be delegated for minor design changes, and that the heritage permit be approved within a 3-year period. And that concludes this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We did receive correspondence on this file from both Heritage Ottawa and the Hintonburg Community Association. We also have Heritage Ottawa registered to speak. I just wanted to ask once again whether Heritage Ottawa cares to speak on this item, if it will be carried. And they've indicated no. So they have indicated no. Did you want to ask a question of Heritage Ottawa, or is your question for? Okay, perfect. So we will just move on to questions for staff. Member Legault.
Yeah, I think this is a really exciting project, and great to see that the city of Ottawa is really trying to conserve what's left of the pump station. Just two comments about the actual form that it's taking. I think the gable end, I saw in that elevation that they're going to be dismantling it. It's kind of unfortunate, right? Because the actual language of the building will be lost. Like in every view that you guys have of it, you see that gable end. The roof is gone, of course, but there is precedent of keeping a gable end in a ruin like that. One project I can think of is in Crow's Nest Pass in Alberta. It's a provincial historic site called Lech Colliers. And you'd have to introduce steel into the building, but I think the legibility of what this previously was would speak more to the original form of the structure. So I know it's going to be more expensive, and they're going to have to hire a structural engineer. It's not easy, but I think it might be worth it. The second comment is there's notes about adding buttresses. Those buttresses, it should be a different material than the actual. I'm not sure if you guys are trying to redo those buttresses in the same materiality of the masonry, but those should be definitely distinguishable from the original fabric of the building. Otherwise, I think it would be lost and confused, you know, the legibility of it when you're actually in the space. So, and then I guess my third comment, and this is always a very challenging thing because you don't know how the public is going to react to the site, right? When it's actually open, but graffiti and vandalism is always a really big issue with these places. So whatever you can do to mitigate that, like perhaps really try to highlight the historic importance of this building, create an education campaign so that people feel a connection to the place. And then, you know, in speaking to masonry experts, I think there's some things that you can do beforehand to be able to easily remove graffiti afterwards. So, but I would say that my most, I guess, important or my strongest recommendation is really to try to preserve that gable end. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. I see that the ward councillor has his hand raised. Councillor Lieber.
Thank you very much. Sorry, can I just ask staff to reply to Member Legault's comments with respect to maintaining those gable ends?
Sure.
Is that within the realm of possibility?
So it is something that our structural engineer in the concept phase determined was unfortunately beyond repair. Notwithstanding, we are in the process of getting the final consultant for the final design and construction phase. So that's certainly a note that we can pass on to them that it's a feature that has importance. But I can't confirm at this point whether or not it is feasible or not.
I don't think there is, but is there anything we're passing today that would preclude making that change if it's feasible?
Through you, Chair. No, there isn't. No.
Okay, thanks. Great. And sorry, the only comment I wanted to make was just to thank staff very much for a very rich engagement process. A lot of Hintonburg members and Mechanicsville members had a opportunity to participate in that. This has been a well-watched and sort of treasured property in the ward for a very long time, and it's great to see this moving ahead. I am hoping that we'll see in the draft budget some funds allocated to this, but thank you very much for your work on this to all the staff involved.
Thank you so much, Councillor Lieber, and I'd like to echo those sentiments. Thank you for the hard work. Are there any other questions or comments from members? Seeing none, is the report carried? Carried. Thank you so much. This report will be submitted to Ottawa City Council on November 22nd, 2023 for consideration. Our next item before us is designation of 692 Echo Drive under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There is a staff presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just wait for the slides to show up. Just to note, the English slides are, I think, from the property owner, not the staff slides.
And we're just awaiting the staff slides.
All right, so we'll go to the next slide, please. The property at 692 Echo Drive is located on the south side of the canal across from Lansdowne Park. Next slide. The property contains a 2.5-story house clad in red brick and stucco, featuring elements of the Edwardian classicism style and constructed in 1913. The left-hand image shows the front of the property, and the right-hand image, the rear, as viewed from Riverdale Avenue. This property has frontage both on Echo Drive and Riverdale. Next slide. The provincial policy statement, official plan, and the Ontario Heritage Act provide directions related to designation of property. Ontario Regulation 0906 establishes criteria for designation to determine if a property has cultural heritage value or interest. This property was listed on the Heritage Register in 2019. Changes to the Ontario Heritage Act through Bill 23 will result in the removal of the property from the city's Heritage Register if council does not issue a notice to designate the property prior to December 31st, 2024. In the summer of 2023, the property owners provided the required 60-day notice of demolition under the Ontario Heritage Act. However, later withdrew this notice in preparation for today's meeting. Next slide. Through research and evaluation, staff have determined that the property at 692 Echo Drive meets 5 of the 9 criteria. Constructed in 1913, the building at 692 Echo Drive is a representative example of Edwardian classicism, which was popular in Canada between 1900 and 1930. The architectural features of the building, which are characteristic of Edwardian classicism, include a symmetrical front facade with gable over the doorway, a side gable roof, a large front porch with columns extending across the front of the building. In addition, the exaggerated Edwardian features of the design, such as the large columns, front porch, windows, and dormers, make it an uncommon example of the style in Ottawa. The building is directly associated with Samuel T. Bastido, an Ottawa resident and well-known provincial and national public servant, who was the first resident of the house beginning in 1913. Bastido served as the private secretary to the former Premier, Sir Oliver Mowat, the Deputy of Ministry of Fisheries in Ontario, and held a prominent role as the superintendent for the Department of Annuities during the time he lived at the property. Bastido was a champion of the short-lived but influential Canadian Annuities Program, which was the first federal program established to encourage Canadians to financially prepare for their retirement through the purchase of government annuities. Though the program did not ultimately succeed in its goals, it marked a shift in the development of social legislation in Canada and led to the later development of the Canada Pension Plan. Bastido lived at the house until his death in 1926. The following year, his wife and daughter sold the property. Next slide, please. The property has associated value as part of a historic residential neighborhood, which is inhabited by members of Ottawa's elite from the early 20th century. Developed out of the estate of Colonel George Hay, and Hay was the president of the Bank of Canada and a prominent local politician. The land between Bank Street and Riverdale Avenue was subdivided after Hay's death in 1911, and the lots in the area were large enough for through lots than those which of the south, which had been subdivided earlier, reflecting the development of this street as an affluent enclave. Forming the southern edge of the Rideau Canal near the Bank Street Bridge, the property yields information about the growth of the city in the early 20th century and the expansion of the neighborhoods outside of the downtown core. This property is an important part of an intact streetscape of the late 19th century and early 20th century residential buildings. Next slide. As one of the earliest properties in the 1911 subdivision immediately adjacent to the Rideau Canal, a National Historic Site and UNESCO World Heritage Site, the property is physically, visually, and historically reflective of the transition of the Rideau Canal from its original military and commercial use towards a passive recreation and associated development of the residential uses along the waterway and scenic driveways. Next slide. Numerous heritage attributes have been identified, which relate to its Edwardian classicism architecture. These include the symmetrical plan, side gable roof with 3 shed roof dormers, rectangular window openings and stone sills, red brick cladding, stucco in the gable ends, porch columns and bay windows, large porch with pedimented supported by limestone piers and knee walls, main entrance with symmetrically arranged wooden door and side lights flanked by bay windows, red chimney, and exposed rafter tails. Next slide. In terms of consultation, the property owner is aware of the proposed designation and is not supportive. Both Heritage Ottawa and the Old Ottawa Ottawa South Community Association were notified of the proposed designation, as was the ward councillor. Next slide. Property at 692 Echo Drive meets 5 of the 9 criteria outlined in Regulation 0906 for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Staff recommend that Council issue a notice of intention to designate the property under Part 4 of the Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We did receive correspondence from the property owners as well as Heritage Ottawa. We also have registered speakers on this item. So I'll invite both Dale Newfield and Serena Nagai to provide a presentation or a delegation to this committee.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Serena. My husband and I bought 692 Echo in April 2022. And I am not a heritage expert. And while I can't speak about Edwardian classicism, I was born and raised in Ottawa, and I come today as a full-time mom trying to build her family's forever home. We were surprised to find out that the staff believed this house to be a strong candidate for these reasons. Next slide, please. The Ontario Heritage Act has a glaring gap when it comes to the transfer of properties. Unlike a heritage designated home, a home on the registry does not have anything on title. In Ottawa's housing market, there's no time or ability for a non-expert homeowner to know everything. We were in a multiple offer scenario and had to trust title search and disclosures of the owner, neither of which included anything about heritage limitations. Thankfully, we found out about information about the heritage register ourselves and believed we had done our due diligence in reaching out to the city before and after the purchase. Before we purchased the property, we inquired via 2 separate architects about the heritage status. One architect spoke with Leslie Collins, a program manager of the heritage planning team, indicating the property was not likely to be designated. After the purchase of the property, our architect also reached out to the city about zoning and planning. In good faith, we would have expected heritage staff to prioritize designation or at least reach out to start a dialogue after multiple inquiries about new development on this site. Next slide. The current house has almost no updates to address critical health and safety issues, including asbestos and lead, knob and tube wiring, lead water supply, galvanized steel pipes, mildew, mold, structural sagging due to improper footings below the load-bearing walls, frozen pipes, and extensive ice dams falling above the entrances during winter. The designated substance report recommended that no one enter the entire premise without a respirator and that the basement not be inhabited. Further, the inspector stated this, and I quote, that this was the worst house he has seen in Ottawa in terms of the amount of hazardous containing materials. Next slide. An on-site investigation should be part of heritage evaluations as the condition of the property presents a health and safety risk to homeowners. During a call with Ashley Kotarba from the heritage planning team, we spoke in detail about the health and safety concerns of the house. Ashley stated that as long as the materials weren't being disturbed, they're not a problem. But would you take the risk of raising a family and caring for your aging parents in a home needing significant ongoing maintenance? We invited the heritage team to come visit the home for themselves, and they declined. Furthermore, the Edwardian details highlighted in the heritage report features this large stucco columns on the front porch. However, these same columns are covered in asbestos that are continually being disturbed each season. Next slide. The Heritage Register and Real Estate Listing both state 1894 as a date of construction, but the designation report states 1913. This means that at the time of purchase, the public information available would not link it to the Hay Estate subdivision, a key point in the current report from Heritage staff. Next slide. The report also states that Echo Drive is an intact historic streetscape facing the Rideau Canal. There are actually several new builds along Echo Drive and even just 2 doors down from 692. Not to mention there's the redevelopment of Lansdowne facing Rideau Canal. Next slide. The report also states that the view of streetscape remains unobstructed, but you can see here in the photos that you can barely see the house from the canal. Next slide. We recognize that this is a special site and we had dreams of creating our multi-generational forever family home here to raise our young kids, care for our aging parents, and plan to grow old here ourselves. Accessibility and walkability are key elements that are important to us. This particular lot is special because it is deep enough to enable a smaller, lower home that would not require stairs. The 3-story house would be replaced with a lower 2-story house with ramps instead. Next slide. Our dream is that this property can be to the 22nd century what current heritage properties are today. A home that can continue to propel Ottawa through its forward-thinking architecture with accessibility and environmentally sustainable features top of mind. The city appears to be supportive of diversity along the canal, approving of many recent projects such as Lansdowne, new builds along Echo Drive and around the surrounding areas. However, it feels ambiguous as to who owns the bigger vision of ensuring Ottawa's balanced future of architecture. We brought up this concern with Leslie Collins, a program manager of Heritage Planning, and while she cared about this aspect, she told us it was not her job. Each department seems to be in their own lane with their own agendas. So who is advocating for the diversity and vibrant future of architecture of Ottawa? Does anyone at the city own this mandate? If there is, we ask to defer this decision so we can speak with them. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegation? And I see that Councillor Menard has raised his hand.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to ask a question about your intent when you bought it. So the intent was to demolish the home when you purchased it.
That's right.
You had inspected it and then you were going to demolish it and rebuild a new home to live there.
That's right.
Okay. And when you were in the home, just I guess doing your due diligence, the reason why you were looking to demolish was the state of the home, like the condition inside.
That's right.
Was there structural issues as well, or was it mostly just the asbestos and that sort of thing that was?
Yeah, the DS report did mention structural sagging due to like the improper load-bearing walls. So there are some structural issues. I can't speak in detail about how much that is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Member Dote. Sorry, just your mic. Thanks.
Chair, oh, there we go. Thank you. I have a question for the staff. Once it is designated, is the possibility to add volume to the structure as the owners want to, while still maintaining part of the fabric of the original building?
Maybe we'll table that for when we have questions specifically for staff, but right now it's just for the delegation.
Okay, I don't have any questions for the delegation. Thank you.
Councillor Troster.
Hi there. Thank
Hi.
you for being here. I understand how difficult this might be. I'm just curious, did you know about the asbestos and all of the challenges with the building when you bought it?
No, we didn't know about it until further on. Like we knew that there were through our house inspection, we knew that there probably would be because of the age of it, but it wasn't like a thorough report of like doing all of these samples and everything until after we purchased it.
Okay, so you bought the property with the intent to demolish from day one? Or?
Yes, and we knew that there would be like positive results from that, but we didn't do the report until after.
Okay.
The inspection, yeah.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other. Oh, sorry, Member Legault.
Yeah, would you, I guess knowing what you know now from the Heritage report, proposing that this be a designated property, would you consider perhaps retaining some of the heritage character of the place, or is that?
I mean, to the right homeowner, I think that would be a possible solution. I'm not sure. We haven't really discussed that in further detail with Heritage, but it's just not what, it doesn't really solve what we need for our family.
Right.
Because my parents are in their like late 60s. My partner's parents are in their 70s. Like
You want
just having all those stairs, it's not really what we had in mind for our forever home.
Right.
So it doesn't really solve what we had intended
Okay.
build for our family.
Yeah. So accessibility is a really big issue in Heritage. And I mean, I'm not here to convince you of anything. I just, this is an ongoing issue at all of our National Historic Sites, and there are solutions. There are ways around this. you have to use creativity, but there is room for that change and that growth. And from what I heard in terms of the report, all of the character defining elements are really on the exterior of the building, meaning that a lot of the interior can really be gutted. I know that might be sort of heartbreaking for you to hear that, you know, because you probably have a vision of just clearing the land. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that this is happening to you. I can understand that it must be frustrating, especially if you don't have a passion yourself for heritage. So yeah.
Thank you for those questions and comments. I don't see any further questions for the delegation, so thank you so much for appearing today. We do have another registered speaker, Paul Carriok, so I'd like to ask him to come to the front table and to provide a delegation to our committee. And I'm assuming you have slides. Yeah. Okay. And there we go. So you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. As a professor at a public institution, I fully recognize that our city's heritage department is also an understaffed, underfunded entity. Heritage is being required to sort through an enormous backlog of something like 4,000 properties. Moreover, the Premier has now forced the acceleration of review processes. The fallout of this haste is, unfortunately, leading to errors and inconsistencies in the evaluation of this property. In these next two images, I am citing excerpted parts from the heritage reports that you have and that Ashley has already brought up. And specifically, I'm calling into question the rigor that's been applied to determine heritage attributes that are listed individually, and also invoking a 9-point criteria checklist. In the case of 692, 5 of the 9 criteria have been identified. If I could have the next slide, please. So I'm just showing the criteria that have received a yes check, and I'll just speak to these directly. Regarding point 1, there are discrepancies in critical construction dates to the extent that the narrative provided in the report is not tenable if the earlier stated date is in fact correct. Also, architectural characteristics that apply to most any building are being incorrectly termed as Edwardian attributes. Regarding point 4, is the fact that the original owner being merely the secretary to a former deputy minister of Ontario Fisheries a reasonable argument for heritage designation? We live in a town where you can't throw a stone without hitting at least a federal level minister. Regarding point 5, is it not problematic in this day and age to argue something has value because it's associated with elitism? Regarding point 7, vague terms such as intact are in fact being incorrectly assigned to design components that are fractured and lack coherence. Regarding point 8, as we speak, this UNESCO site, Lansdowne, continues to evolve. Additional extremely sleek new towers and commercial areas will expand alongside the heritage treasure that is the Aberdeen Pavilion. It is not logical or fair to impose more restrictive standards on a new private home, and in this case, one that does not even abut the heritage hay house. Can I go to the next slide, please? And I'll move through these very quickly. The images here show the details identified in the heritage designation, but which I'm going to like to demonstrate are found on numerous local, obviously non-heritage properties. Next slide. And next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So again, what I'm going through are the matter of dormers, the reference to stucco, the reference to red brick, the reference to red chimneys, the reference to very particular window configurations. So these very I guess, pedestrian buildings that I'm showing in the images on the right, share all the characteristics that were being identified as seemingly heritage and leading to an Edwardian designation. Next slide. Next slide. Again, all of these characteristics could be found, throughout the neighborhood on a range of homes that span from the early 20th century all the way to this year. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. 692 Echo pictured on the upper left, and then on the right is an image taken directly from the Heritage Department. Where the argument is being made that it's visible from Lansdowne, but in fact, if anything is visible, what's visible is a PVC window and asphalt shingle dormer. The images on the lower left are here to indicate that the streetscape is not intact at all. It's a real kind of hodgepodge, and I mean that actually in a positive way. I mean, there's a healthy mix of styles, from across the past century. 692 is depicted on the far left. The immediate neighbor then becomes the first slide. So you can see clearly the most significant house is the fourth slide. It's the Hay House, but otherwise it's surrounded already by a long mix of styles and types, and really what joins it is really just the treescape and the landscape. The next slide, please. The federal standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, a detailed 300-page document, states immediately and upfront that the consideration for ascribing heritage value must begin with, and now I'm going to quote, on page 4 of those standards and guidelines, contemporary considerations for health, safety, accessibility, and sustainability must impact the consideration of heritage value. As Serena has already just outlined, she and her elderly parents acquired the land of 692 Echo to guarantee accessibility and safety for their multi-generational home. Neither health, safety, nor accessibility can be achieved in the existing 3+ story asbestos-riddled house. On page 3 of the standards and guidelines, it states, as a requirement, on-site investigation, in addition to archival or oral research, should be made as a basis for assessment. Again, as Serena has already outlined, heritage staff declined to even come and look at the property. The report you have been given was made sight unseen, contradicting our federal guidelines. There's an almost 20-year discrepancy in 2 different construction dates that heritage staff identify with 692 Echo, which is what this slide is showing, which of course means that if the older date or another date altogether is in fact correct, the narrative that has been presented between 692 Echo and the Hay House could be completely incorrect. As said, it's understandable that errors are going to happen when the province mandates speed over accuracy. In conclusion, if, for example, a doctor was asked to make a determination based on a report or test that he or she knew was inaccurate, obviously he or she would be in a breach of ethical standards to go forward with the procedure at hand. In the same vein, you as counselors are being asked to make a determination based on hastily compiled, inaccurate, and imprecise information. Is it ethical just to keep moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegate? And I see that Member Quinn has raised her hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think what I really want to do is put my question to staff. So I apologize.
Okay.
I'll put my hand up afterwards. Thank you.
Not a problem. So we'll table that for questions. Otherwise, I don't see any questions. So thank you so much for your delegation. And we do have Hunter McGill also registered from Heritage Ottawa. He is indicating that he does not need to speak. So does the committee have any questions for staff? And we saw that Member Quinn had raised her hand.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would just like to ask staff to give them the opportunity to respond to the points that Mr. Carriuk raised. If they have as quite strong statements challenging their conclusions that they've drawn. And I just am interested to hear their thoughts. Thank you.
For you, Chair, I think one of the questions that is probably on most people's mind is the date discrepancy. The date of 1894 that was on the Heritage Register listing was done back in 2017 when staff were doing a survey of the entire city. It was not possible to do individual research by building, so we were relying heavily on a database, which we now know is incorrect, an internal system that we have for tracking building permits. And in that system, the date of 1894 was listed there. So that's what was carried forward to the Heritage Register. Upon receiving this 60-day notification for demolition, more research was undertaken for this property, looking at city directories, also fire insurance plans, and it was determined that that date was incorrect, and 13 rather was the actual date that the first tenant lived there. Before that, the building did not exist.
Thank you for clarifying that. Were there any other points in terms of the Edwardian classicism? I saw that Mr. Carriuk posted a number of photographs of residences which he believes represent elements identified in your report. I would personally question those examples that he brought forward as being anything close to Edwardian classicism, but did you have any comments there?
The attributes that we identified that we think are exemplary of heritage classicism, red brick, central massing, the large scale volumes of each of those features. I think we stand by our assessment that's a Edwardian classicist building.
Okay, so you're comfortable with your determination.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and maybe if I could just add something through you, Chair. I think one of the challenges of the slides that were presented by the delegation is that they took the various individual attributes, so red brick or stucco or whatever, and parsed them out. It's the collection of the whole of the pieces that make this an example, a representative example of that Edwardian classicism. I think the other point that needs to be clarified is the association with Samuel Bastido. The delegation pointed out that, perhaps it wasn't important that he was just deputy secretary to the Ontario Minister of Fisheries at the time. That is not why we really attributed value to him. We attributed value to him for his role in Ottawa as the superintendent of the Department of Canadian Annuities, which really speaks to that early 20th century transition to more social programs in Canada, the early retirement programs, and eventually the Canada Pension Plan, which obviously is a very important part of Canadian society today. So yes, he was a public servant. He was a sort of pseudo politician at times. And I completely agree with the delegation that, you can't throw a rock without hitting someone of that ilk in Ottawa, either 100 years ago or today. No offense, councillors. But his role in the federal government was quite interesting in terms of the long-lasting implications of the work that he did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Quinn. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. I was wondering if staff could speak to some of the process issues that the delegates spoke to, that when they purchased the property, they were told that it was likely not to be designated. It seems that there was a communications gap here that may have impacted their decision to purchase the property or to try to demolish it. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that. Thank you.
So I'll speak to this, Chair, as I was the person referenced in the delegation. Basically, when a house is for sale that is on the Heritage Register, my team receives many, many calls. We receive calls, we receive emails. What's the status of this building? As a general rule, we write back or we respond and we say, this is listed on the Heritage Register. Here's the process. Here's why we think, council has determined that this building may have cultural heritage value. I have no record in my phone records of having a phone call with the architect that is listed in the delegate's submission. I have many phone calls with that architect, many conversations. But as you'll see in the email correspondence that was submitted, he even acknowledges to the property owner that they have to submit the application in order to get a proper response from the city. And while I sympathize with the delegation that, you know, they made inquiries, they were told it was on the register, and in their mind, the city should have expedited the designation process. Unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to do that, and we were unaware that it was to be demolished until we received the 60-day notice recommending or seeking demolition of this property. So all I can say is that I don't have a record of that conversation, and it would be very out of character for our typical response to these questions, because really it's up to committee and council as to whether or not this building is designated, not staff.
Thank you so much, Councillor Troster. Member Legault.
I guess this actually should be just for the record. I think that the delegation, when he spoke to page 3 and page 4 of the standards and guidelines, there's a bit of a misinterpretation of that. The standards and guidelines are for properties that have been designated a heritage property. And those quotes are taken from the first step of developing a strategy for conservation of a property in the understanding phase. So I don't think that anywhere in the standards and guidelines would we be encouraging full demolition of a building. So I would just like to kind of stick up for you guys a little bit there, and also just reiterate what Leslie Collins was saying, in that the argument was really separating out different components of the character defining elements of this building, which it got points from 9 different categories. So it's the sum of its parts that makes it of value. And I mean, any red brick house in the city of Ottawa does not classify for a designation. So we should respect that. We should respect the sum of all of these attributes.
Thank you, Member Legault. Member Dote.
I have a question for the staff. Once the property does get designated, does it stop the owner from adding any or making any modifications or adding more volume to the structure? Because I remember that when the delegation was talking about this space, they said that was deep enough to be able to turn that into a 2-story volume. Would they be able to add that to make these accommodations that they need for their family?
Should this property be designated, it would be subject to a heritage permit through the Ontario Heritage Act for the alterations. The interior has not been included in the list of attributes, so any interior modifications could be done with the appropriate building permit. We've, as far as the attributes go in the rear, we've left those out purposely so that modifications could happen at the back. It is quite a deep lot, so there would be a permitting process. We'd be looking at impact to the heritage resource and the attributes should it be designated and an application come forward for alteration.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Menard.
My apologies, Chair. I just wanted to pick up a little bit on that too. So if it is a formal designation, do you anticipate there could be major renovations inside and potentially out? I often see, window replacements, some changes to some of the gutters associated with gables. Is there something that could change drastically from how the house is situated right now on the interior and the exterior?
Building permits would be required for interior work. So as I think I mentioned earlier, it could be completely gutted and we would have no oversight over what happens on the inside. As far as the exterior goes, just a regular heritage permit for east trough gutters, that could be sort of a maintenance item that we don't have too much oversight for, other than placement and the coloring. Other items, maintenance can be done without a heritage permit. We would permit potential additions depending on where they're located and the impacts to the heritage attributes of the property.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Menard. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I'd just like to comment that while I do sympathize with the property owner in terms of the complexity of the challenges around the process, I think it is important to note that the house has met the criteria of historical significance and associative value. Those have been established, and the property meets 5 of the 9 criteria outlined in Ontario Regulation 9.6 for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. This is what we're considering today. There are always challenges with process, but I do get concerned when we start to see the borderline denigration of our professional staff. Frankly, the staff has a high level of education. They are registered planning and heritage professionals, and they undertake their best efforts professionally to bring reports before this committee. So at this point, are there any other comments on this item? Seeing none, is this report carried? Carried. Thank you. This report will be submitted to Ottawa City Council on November 22nd, 2023 for consideration. The next item in front of us is application for demolition and new construction at 1 Maple Lane, 1112 Lisgar Road, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as part of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District. Can staff please provide a report?
Just waiting for the slides again. All right, so this applications for demolition and new construction at 1 Maple Lane or 1112 Lisgar Road. It's a property located in the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District and designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide, please. The building is located in Rockcliffe Park and it's located on the southern edge of the HCD, the district, situated across the street from Rideau Hall. Being located at the edge of the HCD, this property acts as a gateway into the village of Rockcliffe Park. The site has frontage on 3 streets, Maple Lane, Lisgar Road, and Minto Place. The property contains a semi-detached house and large lawns with impressive views of the residence. Next slide. The semi-detached house was constructed circa 1925 and was designed to appear as a detached dwelling. Each half of the semi has its entrance facing a different street, one on Maple Lane and the other on Lisgar Road. The English cottage-style house is 2.5 stories, has a regular plan with hip roof and some truncated elements and overhanging eaves. The building is clad in stucco and features half timbering and multi-pane rectangular windows. The property is considered a Grade 1 property with the Rockcliffe Park HCD. Next slide. The property has been neglected for many years and has been vacant for over 10 years. A series of property standards orders have been issued over the years to address concerns over structural stability, water infiltration, tree hazards, and general maintenance of the site. The current state of the property is poor as a result of years of neglect and deferred maintenance. Next slide. Due to its condition, the property owner is requesting demolition of a Grade 1 house. According to the guideline 7.3.1.1 of the Rockcliffe Park HCD plan, the demolition of a Grade 1 building is only permitted in extraordinary circumstances. Property owners must provide a rationale as to why retention is not possible and may be asked for a report prepared by a structural engineer with experience in heritage buildings to supplement their request. The current property owner engaged 2 engineering firms, one to provide a structural assessment done by Remesh, and another to provide a visual and asbestos sampling of the building done by Patterson Group. The resulting reports from each firm concluded that there was no salvageable elements due to mold accumulation and recommended that the building be demolished. While both Remish and Patterson have experience with heritage buildings, heritage staff requested a peer review of these reports. This was completed by John G. Cook and Associates. This firm found that the structural report alone did not present enough information to support the recommendation to demolish. However, it could be coupled with the findings in the environmental study. The extent of the mold damage is severe enough to impact long-term air quality and therefore concur with the recommendation to demolish. Heritage staff subsequently requested John Cook to conduct a site visit and update the report with the findings. The report found that the large portions of the exterior walls and roof could not be saved due to extensive water damage, and that the timber structure is believed to have mold present. Furthermore, there are significant issues with the building foundation, which would require full replacement. The report concludes that balancing the structural work required for the roof, walls, floors, and foundations, and the additional mold remediation work against the heritage value of the exterior walls, our recommendation is that the retention of the exterior walls is not realistic. Next slide. The proposal includes the construction of a new semi-detached residence. The house would be positioned in the same location, however, the footprint would be enlarged on the rear and the sides. Similar to the existing house, each half of the semi-detached would face a different direction. Next slide. The proposed building is inspired in style, form, and location by the existing house to be demolished. The house would appear as one volume. However, a two-story separation will be introduced to separate one half from the other. Here, the front is the maple side, so the maple elevation, and the rear elevations. Next slide. And here are the side elevations. So one on Lisgar, which is the left-hand image, and the right is on Minto Place. Next slide. The new house will be clad primarily in white painted brick with accents of wood shingles in the gable ends. Next slide. Several positive design moves have been incorporated into the proposal to achieve compliance with the new construction guidelines outlined in the HCD plan, thereby mitigating the impact of the demolition on the HCD and contributing to its cultural heritage value. Some of the proposed building design elements include maintaining a similar siding as existing building, ensuring the current character of the landscape is preserved. This includes the retention of the expansive lawn at the front corner of Maple and Lisgar, which is a priority for this gateway property. The height and mass, which is inspired by the existing form. The materiality consisting of white painted brick cladding and wood detailing in the gable ends, materials that are natural and consistent with others in the HCD. The house is of its time, but sympathetic to and inspired by the existing house in terms of its architectural expression, its bays, gables, roof lines, and divisions. And finally, maintaining the same orientation of the house, including front entrances and driveways. Next slide. The driveways will generally stay in the same location, however, will be extended to accommodate two-car garages. The walkways leading to each entrance will be in the same locations. Only one distinctive tree will be removed due to its proximity to new construction, and new trees will be planted elsewhere on the property. Next slide. In terms of consultation, Heritage Ottawa and also the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association were notified of the application for demolition and new construction, as was the ward councillor and neighbors within 30 meters. Next slide. In addition to the normal conditions related to material samples, additional conditions have been included in the report. One is to ensure that the building is documented and those records are deposited at the city archives. This is a requirement for demolition of a grade 1 building as per the HCD plan. Additionally, further conditions have been added to ensure that the materials are more consistent with the existing building. Through the heritage permit, the applicant will be asked to explore the use of alternative materials. And finally, a landscape plan has been requested. A final landscape plan has been requested prior to the building permit to ensure the preservation of the existing character of the property. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We did receive correspondence from Heritage Ottawa and the Rockcliffe Parks Residents Association, and we do have a number of speakers registered to provide delegations, including the applicant team. So I didn't know if anybody from the applicant team wanted to provide a presentation. Thank you so much, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Todd Ducker from Hoban Architecture. And I'm joined by John Stewart, who is our heritage consultant on the file. So I'll give a brief overview of the design, just to follow the staff report, which was quite extensive. Our firm was tasked with envisioning the future of the site in light of the engineer's reports that indicated the existing structure needed to be demolished. And so our approach to the design was to, next slide, please. Our approach to the design, first from perspective of site analysis, was to investigate the existing site as it sits in the neighborhood and on its own site. And we find this analysis of the existing building, as the staff report noted, it's clustered towards the center and the north of the property, which allows for large, generous yards on 3 street frontages, larger than typical setbacks on Lisgar, Maple, and Minto Ave. Next slide, please. And then also, as staff noted, the circulation on the site is such that each house of the semi-detached, each unit faces a different street, is entered from a different street, and the parking is clustered towards the north of the property for each lot in the most unobtrusive location on the site. These images give a sense of the existing building in its context, and one thing that we notice is the prevalence of landscaping, both through large hedges and trees, that create the character of the neighborhood, and the house is really a backdrop to a very prominent landscaped front yard. Next slide, please. Further analysis of the physical building itself, looking at various fascia and eave conditions, as well as a pattern of dark punch windows prevalent throughout the house, and as the report noted, typical white cladding throughout. Next slide, please. Just a few images here that give a sense of the broader context and how the house sits in its location. And as noted, the context is such that there's very prominent landscaping as the foreground of the site, that's facilitated by the large setbacks on all 3 street sides. Next slide, please. This is a view from Maple Lane, which is the front of one of the houses, and there's a large hedge which likely needs some maintenance, but the small walkway can be seen through the hedge leading to the front door of one of the homes. Next slide, please. A view from the corner of Maple and Minto, and again, the hedge creates a very privatized yard where the landscaping is the prominent street presence, and the house is barely visible over top of the hedge. Next slide, please. And this is the view from the corner of Lisgar and Maple, which is really the one prominent view where the house is clearly visible from the street. Really kind of the identity view of the property, and on the opposite side of that street would be the view towards the Governor General's property. Next slide, please. And another close-up photograph of that same view where the house is the most prominently visible. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison between the previous slide and the proposed of what is proposed for the new home. So as was noted in the staff report, the proposed design is significantly inspired by the form and siting of the existing home without trying to replicate it. We're proposing a design that is sympathetic to the history of the site and to the broader neighborhood of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage District without trying to replicate something that came before. So again, we're envisioning the future of the site and of this part of the neighborhood in a way that is sympathetic to the history and the broader context. Next slide, please. And this and the next slide will be a comparison of the existing approach from Maple Lane through the walkway and the hedge. And next slide, please. And what is proposed. So again, the noting the form from the front of the building in this view is asymmetrical, which is derived from the existing. We have a prominent gable on the left and a shed roof dormer on the right-hand side. Each home currently in the current form has its own identity, both in terms of street frontage as well as form. And the proposed design is inspired by that and proposing to create something that is similar and familiar. Next slide, please. And we can quickly scroll through the next few images, which were already covered on the Heritage Report. Next slide. Yep, keep going. And then just perhaps pause again briefly on the site plan. So comparing the site plan of the proposed development to the initial site analysis is again, we're proposing to retain large setbacks, larger than almost every property in the immediate vicinity, which allows for the preservation of that strong landscape presence on the 3 street frontages on each side, which include large mature trees as well as the large hedge. And I can pause there. I'm joined by my colleague, John Stewart, who may have some comment with respect to heritage principles, or we can go to questions, whichever you prefer.
We can go for questions if you want. I mean, I'm prepared to speak if you would prefer.
Maybe we can move to questions. So are there any questions for the application team? And I see no hands raised, so thank you so much for your presentation.
We both done it?
I guess.
Yeah.
The next registered speaker is Michelle Heyman, and I don't know if she is online.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for joining us, and you have 5 minutes to make a delegation.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. Oh dear, I apologize. Hello, my name is Michelle Heyman, and I am Heritage VP for the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association Heritage Committee. I'm sorry I could not be there today. I had to unexpectedly travel for family reasons. The committee does not support the demolition of this Grade 1 house, nor the proposed new development. This application is an egregious example of demolition by neglect. This Tudor Revival style house was constructed in about 1925. It is among the most important heritage structures in Rockcliffe and is a local landmark. The property is located across from Rideau Hall and acts as a gateway into the village. It has frontage on 3 streets, as we've heard, and is surrounded by other significant Grade 1 homes. The Heritage Committee is dismayed that this historic house has been so badly neglected for so long that engineering reports and heritage staff recommend that there is no option but demolition. As you know, this is a method used by some owners and developers to circumvent heritage protections. The Rockcliffe Park Heritage Plan is designed to strongly protect Grade 1 houses. Demolition can only occur very rarely. It will only be permitted in extraordinary circumstances, including but not limited to fire or natural disaster. None of these apply in this case. To prove demolition by neglect is to set precedent. It would encourage others to follow a course of calculated neglect. It is a startling fact that of the 33 buildings on the Heritage Watch List, 10 of the 33 are in Rockcliffe. Why has the city's Heritage Watch List failed to prevent demolition by neglect? The staff report states that a series of property standards orders have been issued over the years. So why is the building now being recommended for demolition? Did the owner not follow the orders? Did the city not enforce the orders? What happened? Heritage staff states that this is essentially demolition by neglect. The current owner was not responsible for the many years of neglect, and that by the time they took possession, it was already in an advanced state of disrepair. We respond by saying, buyer beware. The current owner developer knew what they were getting into. This is no excuse. It does not matter that the owner was not responsible for the initial neglect. They are responsible for the last few years of ongoing neglect. It is also understood that new owners assume the same responsibility as the previous owners. They are still responsible for maintaining property standards. The system has utterly failed to achieve one of its main goals, which is to stop demolition by neglect. This should not be allowed. The property standards bylaw under Section 102C permits penalties as high as $100,000. Was there ever a penalty charged? If not, the owner should be held accountable. Otherwise, there is no consequence to this behavior. On the contrary, the developer is financially rewarded by being allowed to replace the neglected home with a new, much larger home in order to extract the greatest profit, all at the detriment of the heritage character of Ottawa. At the very least, the proposed redevelopment of the property should be required to strictly follow the provisions and intent of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Plan and property standards bylaws under Section 92. It does not and therefore should not be approved. Both are specific that heritage attributes shall be replaced in kind using the same materials as the original in a manner that replicates the design, color, texture, grain, and other distinctive features. The staff report states that the heritage attributes are compromised, in this case the house, by the damage caused by neglect. In Rockcliffe Park, it is grade 1 properties that set the parameters, the limits for new development. When an existing grade 1 property is itself destroyed by neglect, the new development should strictly conform to the parameters of the destroyed home. Otherwise, demolition by neglect will be encouraged by paving the way for building larger and larger home, which erodes the heritage attributes of Rockcliffe Park. Instead, the footprint will be enlarged on the sides and rear, which results in increased mass. This, along with increased overall hardscape, serves to significantly erode green landscape, a key heritage attribute of Rockcliffe. In this case, the large lawn is described by staff. Heritage staff consider the R1 provisions as guidance to support the policies in the HED plan. The rear yard, which should be 11 meters according to the R1C, will be reduced to a mere 1.5 meters and 1.32 meters respectively for each of the houses. The side yard setbacks have been reduced by almost 4 meters on one side and 2.5 on the other. How then is the current character of the landscape preserved, as heritage staff says it is, when 3 of the 4 setbacks of the property are reduced? The heritage survey sheets describe the gable shed, jerkin head roofline, the generous overhang eaves, the arches, the bay windows, the chimneys, the half timbering and stucco of the Tudor revival style, wrought iron gate, and large yard of the current grade 1 home as important heritage attributes of this property. None of these heritage attributes form part of the proposed design. The only 2 vague architectural design features that remain in the application are the asymmetry and the irregular plan of the structure. Heritage staff state that the replacement building is consistent with the existing building's siting, form, and materials and is sympathetic to the natural and cultural environment. While the siting may be similar, we would like to understand how the proposed larger form, which is missing many key architectural heritage attributes and uses none of the same materials, can be considered consistent with the original structure. Also, by having significantly reduced green landscape, we do not agree that the proposed structure is sympathetic to the natural and cultural environment. We respectfully request that neither the demolition nor the structure be approved. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look to you to please help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. The next delegate on our registered speaker list is Scott Hetherington.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm really impressed with this process, and I think reasonable people can disagree with each other. And I think that it's really important to be very clear and very transparent and direct with each other. And you'll see that we are direct. I am reading this particular submission on behalf of Susan Taquino, who is out of the country. I'm also on the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association, but I grew up in Overbrook, and so I'm a very proud boy from Overbrook, as Ralston knows. So Susan says, first, I note that the views of the community have again been relegated to the very end of the document submitted by Heritage staff. Our 6 pages appear after 97 other pages. This is disappointing way to treat a community. As a regular practice, their views should appear immediately after the views of the Heritage staff. This is a landmark case that will set a precedent. This is a grade 1 building, among the most important heritage buildings in Rockcliffe Park. Heritage staff fully support, with very minor conditions, the proposed new construction that will replace this exemplary house. This is distressing and disheartening. This will reward demolition by neglect, the point that Michelle made very forcefully. And it will encourage others, we fear, to follow suit. This is not a theoretical issue in Rockcliffe. Fully 10 of the 33 buildings on Ottawa's Heritage Watch List are in Rockcliffe. 2 weeks ago, around the corner from my house on Mariposa, a house was demolished without a permit. Another that looks to be at risk has been brought to the city's attention, and we wait follow-up. Today, we fervently hope that the Built Heritage Committee will start to address the question, what will it take to stop this? In our view, with due respect, the staff report is misleading. It quotes only part of our heritage plan's provision concerning the demolition of grade 1 buildings. That is, quote, it is only permitted in extraordinary circumstances. It then omits what is meant by extraordinary circumstances. Our heritage plan gives 2 examples, fire and natural disaster. The only circumstances cited in the staff report is, and I quote, the current state of the property is poor as a result from years of neglect and deferred maintenance. That's true. That's true. But it is simply wrong to imply that this is an extraordinary circumstance. So this is the heart of our argument. What is before the committee is not that it is an egregious example, is not that. It is an egregious, it's not an extraordinary circumstance. It is an egregious example of demolition by neglect and should not be rewarded. The staff report's very positive evaluation of the replacement building ignores what got us here and effectively rewards this behavior. The owner gets to expand the footprint, increase the mass and height, reduce the side yards, change the building materials, and not replace important character-defining attributes. The owner escapes many requirements that would have to be met if the property were in a state that it could be restored. So, you know, we're all victims here. This does not make any sense. The proposed new construction should not be approved by the Built Heritage Committee. An important but rarely used provision in our heritage plan should be respected. It says, quote, the policies and guidelines in the plan address the most common situations. Situations not contemplated by this plan will be considered on a case-by-case basis by heritage staff in consultation with the community. Demolition by neglect is not addressed in our heritage plan. How could it be? It is not supposed to happen. It is not contemplated. Our heritage plan directs that in such uncontemplated situations, the community and its views become of particularly significant importance. Heritage staff have not afforded the community's views that importance. We ask that the Built Heritage Committee do so and send this application back with the direction that those views are to be taken into account. We note that Heritage Ottawa supports us. In its submission, it states, we agree with the position of the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association that the owner should be ordered to follow the provisions and intent of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Plan and required to strictly conform to the parameters of the destroyed property. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you so much for your delegations. Are there any questions for Mr. Hetherington? Seeing none, thank you so much for your delegation. And we also have Hunter McGill on behalf of Heritage Ottawa as a registered speaker.
Morning, Chair,
Good morning.
committee. Well, the previous two speakers have read my script, which means that I can take a good deal less time to emphasize several points which we in Heritage Ottawa are particularly concerned about. As the previous speaker has noted, Heritage Ottawa does support the position of the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association Heritage Group. You've heard extensively and eloquently about their concerns, and we are associated with those. Of particular concern, though, for us, Heritage Ottawa, is the challenge, the problem of demolition by neglect in the city. Previous speakers have spoken about the city's heritage watch list, which seems to be in a state of hiatus right now, which is, I think, most unfortunate because it is an important vehicle that in the past has allowed for attention to cases of demolition by neglect, either those that are quite well known, and we have a wonderful list of those, but others which are perhaps, to use a hackneyed expression, under the radar. But the Heritage Watch List has provided both city staff, elected officials such as yourselves, and others like Heritage Ottawa, a vehicle for discussion about the challenges and the threats that demolition by neglect pose. We hope that, notwithstanding the very important work that you and your committee are doing, that Heritage Watch List can be reinstated, revived, and given some prominence. Let's face it, if it takes naming and shaming, then perhaps that's what's required. And so one would hope that a revived Heritage Watch List would get more attention in the public eye. We also want to endorse the points that were made, I believe, by both preceding speakers with regard to the risk that this particular case could set a precedent that runs against the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Plan, both in its specifics and its general intent. And that is always of great concern. So in summary, we support the position that has been taken by the residents in the neighborhood. And we urge the committee, as it continues with its work, that it consider much more rigorously the attention that must be given to issues of demolition by neglect. And if in fact the city does need new tools, different tools to be able to deal with that, that in fact those tools be developed by the very competent staff and be activated. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you so much for your comments. I believe Councillor Troster has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Hunter. Nice to see you again. So I'm aware that we have two applications. We had two files in front of us today. One where staff is not recommending demolition and the owners very much want to demolish. And here an example where they are recommending demolition. And as you can imagine, I'm very sensitive to issues of demolition by neglect in Centertown. We recently had Somerset finally come forward with an application that I'm hopeful about. But there's a number of properties that I'm very worried about that are frankly going to rot in our neighborhood. And so, and it's hard because the city doesn't really have many tools to compel the owner of a property to do something with it. So I'm just interested, two questions. First of all, what do you recommend we do in situations where the property is unredeemable? Because I think city staff has probably come to the realization that that's the case here. And what do you think we can do to prevent this in the future? Because I find I'm grasping. People are constantly asking me about certain properties and I don't have much of an answer except for the fact that we can't force someone to do something with their property, but that creates a black hole in our neighborhoods and it's really problematic.
Thank you. Well, I reiterate my point about perhaps we have to collectively and individually indulge in a bit of naming and shaming to say to property owners, why have you bought this property and are letting it rot? It is, I recognize the challenge that the city faces in the absence of important tools. But as a previous speaker said, perhaps we have to have a comprehensive process of analysis of how did we get here? How is it? And I'm sorry, I can't remember the specific chronology of the property in question here, but it seems to me, if my memory is not too weak, that we're talking about decades of the property being empty, overlooked, and so I think that there has to be analysis as to, as I said, how did we collectively, in the city in particular, get to this point? And there may be some embarrassing facts that come out as a consequence of that analysis, that retrospective, but we learn from it.
Yeah, and we have a limit of what we can do as councillors or what city staff can do. But certainly that raising awareness in the community of buildings that are being left to rot, I would welcome, heritage groups taking that on and raising awareness of situations where property owners are not meeting their obligations, because it's a real problem. So I understand why this file is pretty heartbreaking. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper has a question for you.
Sorry. Thanks. The question that is in front of us today is whether or not to permit demolition, and Heritage Ottawa and Rockcliffe Park Heritage representatives have suggested we should deny that permission. If we deny permission to demolish, what is the positive outcome for the community, and what is the path for the community that you would foresee?
Thank you, Councillor. The positive outcome is to send an important message to say,
sorry, I may have misaphrased my question. How do we get to the point where there is a properly preserved heritage property on this lot that is an alternative to demolition?
I may duck the specifics of that question because I'm an economist. I'm not a building historian, nor am I a building condition specialist. It's certainly been very useful to read the consultant reports that the city has commissioned. They make depressing reading. But I think we what's that awful expression that people use in politics? We have to draw a line in the sand and say, wait a minute, this is not acceptable. This is doing a major injustice to the built heritage fabric of our city, and in a district of the city which has a great deal at stake if demolition by neglect continues.
I understand the philosophical question. I understand the making a point, but I'm also concerned that if we deny permission for demolition at this site, you have an owner who has a building that is going to cost presumably more than is reasonable to try to preserve it. That may be out of their financial means. They would need to sell it to somebody who has the financial means to restore this property. I'm having difficulties imagining how, if we deny permission for demolition, that this isn't a property standards and eyesore and danger in the community for years to come. I think you're asking us to impose something on the community with respect to a vacant, falling apart building if we deny permission to demolish. I apologize. I've got COVID, so I'm not making a lot of. I hope I don't sound too awful, but it's there's a pragmatic consideration that's at play here, and I'm asking whether or not you see a path to both addressing the need to send a message to our most recalcitrant property owners across the city, while also resulting in allowing something to be accomplished at this site that preserves the heritage value. And I'm having a hard time seeing that.
No, I understand. Bad luck about the cold. Chicken soup, I understand, works quite well. But certainly there must be a point at which, because perhaps I think as the chair suggested earlier in the meeting, this is not a unique case in the city. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Troster mentioned this is not a unique case in the city. And building owners, irresponsible building owners may just say, I can get away with it. I can realize my economic rents, and off we go. And the city cannot or will not do anything about it. That's I think the concern both of Heritage Ottawa and I think of several delegations that spoke before me. No, it certainly isn't a very easy decision for you to make. On the other hand,
okay, Hunter, thank you very much. Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Leeper. Member Quinn has a question as well. Oh, and I think you're muted, Member Quinn.
Thank you. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. McGill, for coming to present to us today. I do recall in the written submission from Heritage Ottawa that it mentioned that it supported the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association's position that should demolition be an irreversible decision on this, that the design, that the site plan be revisited so that the new development is required to strictly conform to the parameters of the lost building. And I'm just wondering, this is a sad sort of end result, but could you comment on that? How Heritage Ottawa came to that decision, recommendation? So I'm going to have to mute again unless you want to hear my cat yelling.
Well, we were convinced by the position that was taken by the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Group. After all, they are people who have invested significantly in the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Plan, and are the ones who are going to have to drive by it, walk by it on a daily basis. And the principle that they are arguing in favor of is, we believe, an appropriate one, and one that's worth supporting.
Thank you so much, Member Quinn. I don't see any other questions. I do see that I guess development team wants to intervene, but at this point, at this point we don't.
I'm registered as a speaker. I'm advising the development team, but I am registered as a speaker.
Okay, that must be Mr. Pollowin. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Pollowin is registered. However, We did ask the application team to come together and provide a statement. So this is unusual, but I will allow it in this instance. Oh, after, yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I'll be brief. Much of what we have heard so far is about demolition by neglect. And to address a question posed by Councillor Troster, the city does have a toolkit. It's the property standards bylaw. And the city was aware of this property before the current owner actually purchased it. It may be something that council would want to look at to enhance its powers with respect to properties within a heritage conservation district, or those designated under Part 4, or indeed those even on the registry, although that's an awful lot of properties to keep an eye on. But there is a property standards bylaw, and so the city has the toolkit to, in fact, monitor and prevent demolition by neglect. I think it's important to say that to the extent there was neglect of this property, it was not by this owner. It preceded this ownership. And at the end of the day, it's going to arise in situations like this, but it is not a forum on which punishment for a perceived demolition by neglect should be addressed. At the end of the day, I think it's important to note that the Heritage Conservation District Plan is a set of guidelines. It is not law. That what is important here is not an individual property. This is not a property that's been designated under Part 4 of the Heritage Act. It is a property that exists within a heritage conservation district. And so the suggestion that I will make to the committee is that it consider the question of actual impact on the heritage conservation district of the proposed new plan. Because that is, in fact, I would respectfully submit, the test that is before this committee. This property, these two properties, have never been designated under Part 4 of the Heritage Act. So the issue is, does what is proposed for the site respect the Heritage Conservation District? I would submit that's the question that needs to be asked, and we would suggest that our consultants and staff have agreed that the proposed replacement, in fact, respects the Heritage Conservation District. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any questions for Mr. Pollowin? And I see that Councillor Leeper has a question.
Sorry, Councillor, I wasn't looking up at the screen to see if there were questions. I was only looking in the room.
No worries. Michael, you suggested that, certainly I think this committee has to address the question whether or not to permit the demolition. But I've heard a couple of times, are folks able to hear me? I'm sorry, I took my headset off.
Sorry, it is a little bit hard to hear you, Jeff.
1 sec. Is this one okay?
Yeah, you no longer
Thank you.
the puzzled expression on my face, Councillor.
No worries. Certainly it is incumbent on us to deal, I think, first and foremost with the question of whether or not to permit the demolition. That is obviously the question that the community is putting to us in a hard way. I've heard a couple of times through the course of public delegations about what could replace it. And I've heard the dissatisfaction of Heritage Ottawa and the community with the proposed design in that it does not adequately continue some of the heritage attributes of the existing building. If the key question for us is whether or not to permit, in your view, the replacement structure, I'm wondering if you can address this question of consistency of heritage attributes from what was there to what will be built. As I hear the community, I'm afraid that if we were to be slavish in our devotion to the demolished architecture, that we would in fact wind up with a Disneyland version of the demolished architecture.
So, Councillor, thank you for the question. And I think it's an important issue to discuss. I said earlier that this property is not individually designated. It is not a Part 4 designation. And that the test is whether it respects the district in which it is found. And that there are examples. I'm thinking of one where we drove past it not long ago, and my wife said, I'm really glad they saved those two heritage houses. And I started to laugh. I said, yeah, they saved one. The other one was Part 4 designated. It got demolished, and so the city required that it be replaced as it was. But that was a Part 4 designation. This is not. And there have been other changes made within the district, and the test is always, does it in fact preserve the character that appears to be allowed and spoken to by the plan? And so I would submit that in my legal opinion, and I'm no architect and I'm not a heritage consultant, but in my legal opinion, there's no obligation to replace a demolished building within the district with the same building. It's a test of impact on the district, not, as you say, slavishly replacing a building that has to, in this case, be demolished for structural and environmental reasons.
Michael, thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for Mr. Polowan? Seeing none, thank you so much for your
Thank you, Chair.
delegation. We now go to questions for staff, and I see that Member Legault has raised her hand.
Yes, I'd like clarification. So my understanding for this is it's Heritage Character District, and then the building is a Category 1. So does that bring with it any sort of special, anything special about the demolition of the building itself, or it has to be Part 4? Can you clarify?
Yes, certainly. So the property falls within the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District, which is designated under Part 5 of the Act.
Yes.
There's no Part 4 applicable here. It's only Part 5. This property is evaluated as a Grade 1 property, meaning it contributes to the cultural heritage value of the district and its attributes. There are stricter policies concerning demolition of Grade 1 properties. Typically, we do not permit it, except in extraordinary circumstances, as was mentioned earlier. The plan has a policy directly stating that. Demolition of Grade 2 buildings is far more common, and you see that come to committee quite frequently. Grade 1 buildings is a bit of rarity, so it's not often we see them. The other requirements for demolition of a Grade 1 building, in addition to being an unusual circumstance, is a recording of the building, which we don't require for a grade 2 and non-contributing property. It's required for a grade 1, and we looking for any possible options for salvage of material, which was considered in this case, however, was not possible due to the mold accumulation in the fabric of the building.
So in reading it, I think there are 2, or are there 3 structural reports that were done for this building?
There were 3.
There are 3. And can you walk us through why there are 3?
The property owner, in early discussions with heritage staff, they knew that with the provisions and the plan said they were required to prove essentially that they can't salvage the building as a grade 1 property. So they submitted under their own accord 2 assessments, one being structural, the other one being primarily environmental. So looking at the structure itself, and then seconding it with that there was a lot of mold and asbestos in the fabric of the building. They submitted that to heritage staff. We, as are doing due diligence, requested a peer review of that by another heritage engineer with experience in heritage buildings. Then further to that, we then had that same engineer go out on site and do a visual assessment of the building. And so he then concurred with the 2 other reports that had the same findings of demolition is likely the only option since there's nothing salvageable left on site.
And then can you also walk me through how long it's been? My understanding is that the building itself is abandoned. Is that correct? And how
Yes.
long has it been abandoned for?
From what I understand from the property owner, it's been vacant for about 10 years or so.
10 years. Okay, maybe longer. I'm seeing maybe from the audience. Okay. Okay, and then I'd just like to, in my mind, I'm comparing it to the one on Echo Drive, of course, right? Because I'm questioning if that applicant came in here with a design plan and structural engineering reports, would we be more inclined to permit the demolition? But that case is different because it hasn't yet been designated under Part 5.
Under
Correct.
Part 4 in that
Under
case.
Part 4.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be its own unique designation
That's
as a
right.
part of one within the Heritage Character District. Okay.
Maybe I could just add one thing to that. I think the other difference between these 2 scenarios is that Echo, at this point, based on what we've seen, we see these as being sort of typical old house issues. This one on Maple, we've got mold in the structure. The timbers themselves are actually contaminated. And I think that's where we've gotten reluctantly to the point of accepting demolition of this building, because essentially if staff were to recommend against demolition or council were to say, no, it can't be demolished, the remediation would essentially result in building a brand new building at this point, because from what we've heard from our engineer that the city hired, just as Ashley mentioned, for due diligence, the mold situation is so pervasive that basically you wouldn't really have any historic fabric left by the time you're finished.
Right. Okay. Sorry, and can you just clarify, so it's been abandoned for 10+ years, but when was it transferred to the new owner?
I believe in 2016.
2016. Okay, so it had already been abandoned when the new owner had purchased it. Okay. So I guess from my initial read, like I find it hard to, I guess the building itself respects the Heritage Character District. It in no way is like replacing the original Tudor Revival building. And the heritage character of the building itself is completely gone, of course, right? So it's challenging to kind of make that stretch, you know, of this new massing with the contemporary white, black framed windows. It's a very contemporary, modern building. I guess we could say it's respectful, but it's also very typical of new construction, right? So that for me is a bit of a stretch. It certainly seems though that I don't know what you do, right? Like 10 years in an abandoned building, this is certainly demolition by neglect. Yeah, that's all I have to say, I guess.
Thank you, Member Legault. Member Quinn.
Thank you, Chair. I see we have 2 things before us today, where the question of demolition And then, of course, the question of whether the replacement that is being proposed is meeting the policies and guidelines of the Heritage Conservation District Plan. So reading through the engineering reports, it's an absolute horror story of demolition by neglect. It really doesn't get much worse. Interesting to hear that the present owner has in fact owned the property for 7 years, so really is complicit in this demolition by neglect. I don't think there's any denying that, to Mr. Pollowin's point earlier. So punishment, reward, interesting questions. I have a question about the demolition issue. Just how many property standard orders were in fact imposed on this property?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Jen Thurkelson from Bylaw and Regulatory Services on the line, hoping she can help out with this one.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. I am seeing over the years 3 separate property standards orders, the last of which I will, I think, focus in on. I mean, we first became aware, and as the history talks about, 2013. At that time, the owner was actually, nobody was residing there, but the owner was maintaining it on a daily basis. Then we get into 2015 is when we issued our first orders for roof repairs. They were complied with at that time. Follow-up stretched forward through different policies and changes that previous councils have indicated, and the striking of the heritage watch list, et cetera, through that process, and some dedicated resources. We start to see that ball picked up a bit better, I think, I would say in 2017, 2018, when we had some dedicated resource, and then we did do the maintaining of biannual inspections. And then it was in 2018, January 2019, when we issued the last order. We actually issued a charge at that time for failing to comply with the order as well. And then that's when you see us come in and order the engineer report, which started the process that we're here before us today. In terms of that first engineer was the first one to say, no, the damage is beyond repair inside the building.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the engineering report came a little too late in this instance, but interesting to see that there was a fine issued. And just to speak to what tools the city has at its disposal, that is certainly one of them. And I think one of the presenters made the point this morning that fine can actually be up to $100,000. So there are some tools in your chest. For personally, it was reading through John Cook's analysis of the 2 preceding engineering reports, where he, at the end, very reluctantly agreed that in this particular instance, demolition was probably the likely way forward for this property. I have a lot of respect for John Cook's firm and his knowledge of heritage buildings, which is very, very high. So when he goes in and looks at a heritage building, he brings a set of eyes that a lot of other structural engineers don't bring. So in my estimation today, I will be supporting demolition. However, what I would like to see, and I don't know if this is possible, but I would like to see this a recommendation split in 2. I'd like to see this go back to the reviewing the replacement building, coming back to Mr. Pollowin's point about making sure that what is before us complies to the policies and guidelines of the Heritage Conservation District Plan. And I agree that is our job. I would say that indeed this design does not do that. The Rockcliffe Park Residents Association has spent a lot of time and effort not that long ago to revise and update the heritage conservation policies and plans for Rockcliffe Park, working very closely with city staff. I know Ms. Collins knows of what I speak. So a lot of due diligence there. And they also submitted over 6 pages of analysis where they have carefully pointed out, in their view, where many, many points this design does not meet the policies and guidelines. And one of the most important aspects of the Heritage Conservation District of Rockcliffe Park, which makes it somewhat unique to others in the city, is the value and weight that is actually put on the soft landscape, the importance of the trees, of the greenery, the landscape, the natural aspect is very highly rated in the value of the district as a heritage area. And so the 2 points, sections 4.3 of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District guidelines speaks very much to the landscape and the importance of maintaining green space. And I think this is where, and the site plan, as the architect from Mr. Hoban's office demonstrated, is considerably larger footprint than the existing duplex, making inroads into property, into the sides of the property, considerably, from sort of 11 meters down to 1 meter of green space. And so I think that is something that needs to be addressed, and that I would recommend and urge us to request that the replacement that is being proposed be revisited so that the important aspect of maintaining landscape in Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District is maintained. I also have issues, as my colleague Madame Legault mentioned, that the design itself also could be more sympathetic to the house that was there. But I think we do have solid grounds to question this proposal of replication as to whether it complies with conservation district plans. So I don't know if city staff want to speak to any of this, but those are my views. And if there is some way for us to sort of do a halfway approval of what the recommendation, or split the recommendation, I don't know. I leave that to you, Chair King. Thank you for the time.
So I didn't know if staff wanted to respond to Member Quinn's comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff is of the opinion that the proposal does meet the plan. There's no requirement in the HCD plan to build a replica. For new construction, the prevailing policies are about mass, materials, location, and landscape, and not requiring to rebuild what is the building being demolished.
Thank you so much for that comment. And we also have Councillor Leeper with a question.
Sorry, I think Carolyn might want to jump back in there.
Yeah, just to say that I'm certainly not advocating a replica. I just want to be clear about that. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Leeper.
No, of course. Thank you very much. And certainly, Chair, I think you can confirm that we can sever the vote into the clauses as we go through. And my question for staff is, if we voted in favor of allowing the demolition but against the newly designed building, what would the process be for you to get guidance in terms of what this committee is looking for that we would be willing to approve?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Ashley just mentioned, it's staff's belief that this proposed new construction does meet the parameters of the Heritage Conservation District plan. Staff have reviewed it against the plan, and it is our opinion that with the conditions outlined, this would be appropriate for the committee to approve. So I think if the committee did want to go to that direction, and I'll ask Ms. Senta to jump in here if she has anything to add from a legal perspective, but I think staff would need some direction as to what specific elements of the building you would need us to relook at as it relates to the Heritage Conservation District plan. So I think an additional condition could be added, but I think it would be very helpful for staff to receive direction from committee as to where the issues lie. Because as I said, the report outlines that it's staff's opinion, this proposal does meet the parameters.
Yeah, so that's not an issue that we're not going to be able to provide you with that direction today. If we refuse the permission for the new design, does that necessarily sorry, where would we go from there in terms of creating that opportunity for this committee to create the guidance that you would be needing in terms of what we mean by a better design, or a design that better reflects the principles of the Heritage Conservation District?
Chair, if I may, there are two recommendations before this committee today. One is for demolition under Part 5 of the Ontario Act, and the second is for the approval of the plans as presented by the applicant. I would require some time, Chair, to take a look at the timing of the application and discuss with staff what the implications are for delaying approval of those plans, so that further, I guess, consideration may be had of what's being presented to this committee today in terms of new construction under Part 5.
Is it open for us to make the recommendation to council that we approve the demolition, that council refuse the new construction design, but over the course of the next week and a half, to see whether work can be accomplished between the architect and city staff and members of this committee who want to put their finger in the pie, to see whether or not something could be tweaked in time to approve it at council?
Involves splitting the recommendations and potentially a motion to change the second recommendation to a refusal of the application for new construction.
That's what we're talking about for sure. Is voting on each of the clauses of the motion separately. Okay. All right. I know Ms. Legault has some questions. Let me think about that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Leeper. Member Legault.
Yeah, to clarify, in terms of the design, the new design, possible changes, I think in a couple of the letters from the community members in Rockcliffe Park, it did seem like they felt like some character defining attributes could be better articulated in this property. And I think ultimately they should be included in that conversation. I don't know if that's really allowed. I guess I do agree that this does meet the massing and the form, the citing of the Heritage Character District, but perhaps we can be more sympathetic to this property in a way that everyone is happy with.
Maybe if I can just make a comment to that, Chair. There is no statutory requirement to involve the community in these projects. However, we do. And we do ongoing consultation with the community association. So I know there were some comments made today that, staff didn't take the comments into account. I think the issue here is that just because we don't agree with the community association doesn't mean we didn't take them into account. So we have to perform our professional opinion, which takes into account the conformity with the policy framework, the views of the community, the views of the applicant, all of those things put together, our own professional opinion, and make our best recommendation to council. So that's what you have before you today. I think there is an opportunity for direction to staff to go back if there are specific things. But the plan doesn't require the replication of character defining elements or heritage attributes. Basically, once the building is demolished, what you're left with is a vacant lot that the new construction on that vacant lot must conform to the provisions of the plan. And so that's why there's no way to force a replica, basically. Or even the implementation of some of the attributes.
Right. And I don't think that I would be recommending a replica in any sort of way. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Member Legault. just in terms of some discussion with staff, in terms of the way to go forward with this report, what I think I'm hearing from a committee is some unanimity around the potential for demolition, but the potential to refer, I guess, clauses 2 through 5 with no specific decision for a future recommendation. So I was just wondering if staff can speak to that potential.
I'll ask Ms. Enta to weigh in from a legal perspective as required, but my understanding would be that if committee were to approve recommendation 1 with respect to the demolition and refer the remaining recommendations to council, then council on the 22nd of November would then consider the application, could recommend moving forward with the application or revised application, or recommend improve a refusal, as the case may be. And recommendations 3, 4, and 5 would be adjusted to reflect what council approves. So if council approves the demolition only, then those recommendations would be adjusted accordingly.
And of course, this type of approach would give staff time to continue to work with the developer, as well as with committees internally to seek a resolution, a better resolution.
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I do see Member Quinn has raised her hand.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, in terms of addressing concerns that about the design, is a motion required on our part to ask staff to review the design with the owner to make specific kinds of changes? And from my perspective, it's very much about the soft landscaping and to reduce the footprint so that there is more soft landscaping on the property. I don't know how we would go about doing that, whether it is a motion or.
I don't think it would require a motion. I will ask staff, but frankly, if it's referred to council with no decision, there would be time to consult with the developer and to provide the inputs and concerns about potential identified deficiencies.
Okay. I guess because I will rely on the leadership of Ms. Collins in ensuring that our concerns are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've taken note of those concerns that were raised by the member. I think and Ms. Enta can jump in here again, or Ms. Salter McDonald. I think there's a couple of options. I think the committee could consider adding a condition to recommendation 2 related to those issues. So it would be sort of approve it subject to these things. I think another thing we could consider is that the 90-day timeline for the statutory consideration of this application goes until December the 7th. I don't have the council calendar in front of me. I don't know if there's a date after November 22nd, but before December 7th that we could push this to.
Mr. Chair, there are currently the November 22nd and then December 6th would be the final council date prior to the expiration of the deadline.
And just in reference to moving forward, Member Quinn, it could be possible for you to introduce a direction around softscaping or other concerns that would inform what will occur at council. I know that I'll be bringing a direction, at least around future enhancements to tools for ensuring that we don't see these scenarios with demolition by neglect or attempting to address them. So it's my intention to bring such a motion, but or bring such a direction. But in this case, you could also bring a direction.
I'll do that with your assistance if on how I would go about doing that exactly.
I think that if you want to send messages through to the coordinator via email in terms of language, that would be able to make its way to staff, and they'd be able to look at its appropriateness, whether it's reflecting your concerns.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also did have some questions for staff as well, seeing that there are no other hands that are raised. I just wanted to seek firstly clarification on whether the watch list is in a status of hiatus. My understanding is that we still have an active watch list and it's still being added to, but there was a mention of that. So I just wanted to ask about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the issue is around the former mayor's Heritage Task Force, which happened in the last term of council. So that has ended with the new term of council, but the Heritage Watch List remains active.
Excellent. And can staff explain what enforcement tools the city has to enforce heritage homes and homes on the watch list to not become derelict?
Since 2013, when the vacant building strategy was first created, when the property standards bylaw was amended to include specific provisions related to heritage properties, we have also implemented a series of other tools with council's approval and direction. One of those was the Heritage Watch List. So that is a partnership between planning, heritage planning, building code, and bylaw and regulatory services that sees the properties that are listed on the watch list monitored regularly in terms of property standards matters. In this, the last budget cycle, right-of-way heritage and urban design received funding for an enforcement officer. And so that is a position that has just recently been gotten up and running, and we are working on a new enforcement strategy related to heritage properties. At this point, bylaw and regulatory services is still covering the watch list, but we will be proceeding with enforcement sort of more in-house within planning and within the planning department going forward. Two other aspects that have been implemented, again, not through planning, but in partnership with planning, are the vacant building permit system and the vacant unit tax. And so all of these things together are not just for heritage properties, but are meant to discourage vacancy and discourage demolition by neglect. I think there are limitations to this, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. I think in this instance, given that the property is designated under Part 5 of the Heritage Act, it is the exterior only of the property that is designated. So when we do an inspection, it's of the exterior of the property and the attributes on the exterior of the property. I think one of the issues here was that it wasn't until the structural issues became apparent that we were able to sort of see the more persistent kind of environmental issues related to mold, et cetera, because they were on the interior of the building. So there are some limitations, and I think regardless of the inspection and property standards bylaw and, requiring upkeep, we unfortunately don't have a tool to force buildings to be occupied and or to be developed in the instance of some of the properties that perhaps Councillor Troster's referring to in her comments. There are limitations to what we can do, but we are regularly trying to bolster our approach to vacant buildings, particularly vacant heritage buildings. And I see that Ms. Thurkelson is still here on the call. So if she has anything she wants to add to that, she can jump in.
Thank you. No, I think you summarized it perfectly, Leslie, in terms of, just want to highlight the change that has also happened more recently is obviously the vacant property bylaw. So that's something that's in Bylaw and Regulatory Services House as well. Some dedicated resources came with that. So there is that other pronged approach in terms of this. And as Leslie indicated, it doesn't just capture heritage vacant, but it does capture them all. So we're busy permitting away currently right now.
Thank you so much for that answer. I also wanted to ask regarding the mass and the footprint. Does the Heritage Conservation Plan require that the new building maintain the existing conditions?
The HCD plan does not require, it's not prescriptive in terms of size of location, of the footprint or lot coverage. That would be covered under the zoning bylaw. The plan speaks to location of replacement building being generally the same location, not size. Instead, there are other guidelines about setbacks, maintaining setbacks. And in the zoning bylaws, as I said, it would be where you would look for numbers related to lot coverage and footprint, rather lot coverage. However, in this case, since this is an anomaly in Rockcliffe Park, it's 2 lots and they're both zoned for R1 and it contains a semi-detached house. So there's no provisions for semi-detached houses in R1. Therefore, there are no actual zoning parameters for lot coverage in this case.
Okay. Thank you so much. And do we require the owners to salvage any of the materials if there's a demolition?
For a grade 1 property, the plan encourages looking at salvage as an option. And as I said earlier, the engineering studies all say that there's too much mold through the building and the materials that salvage is not possible of any of those character defining elements.
Okay. And maybe the crux of the question here, but I think based on the outline of the actions that occurred in terms of orders, was there an opportunity ultimately to save this building, and what in staff's estimation could have been done better?
Thank you, Chair. I think the challenge here goes back to those limitations that I just mentioned in my previous answer about our tools that we have. I think had the watch list been implemented earlier, maybe we would have been able to do something. But again, we can't force a building to be occupied. And really the property standards bylaw allows us to, maintain to a minimum standard. So I'm not sure that there was a lot more that could have been done beyond sort of perhaps more encouragement of the owner to do something many years ago.
And my last question is, what do the policies require with a new building after a demolition? So what do we do on a go forward basis to just ensure that, buildings are always in better condition in terms of property standards?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that question?
I just wanted to know, what do the policies require with a new building after demolition?
The HCD plan is applicable for new construction for a new building.
Thank you so much. Those were my questions, and now we do have a number of motions that are coming in. Just bear with me. So we do have one motion that will ensure that there is the referral of this item to council. So be it further resolved that the report be routed to council for consideration at the city council meeting of December 6, 2023. And the second motion is be it resolved that recommendation 2.5 of the staff report be referred to council.
We'll just get those on the screen. Are you moving those 2 motions, Chair?
I'm willing to move them, yes.
Mr. Chair, we have the first motion on the screen, which would be the one to refer recommendations 2 to 5 of the staff report to council.
So on the motion to refer to council, recommendations 2 through 5 of the staff report.
Carried.
Yeah. Carried.
Chair, I might propose that the committee dispose of recommendation 1 prior to considering the timing of the item rising to council.
Absolutely. So on item number 1.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you so much. So this item will come back to council for further deliberation. We also might have had a direction, I believe.
So Mr. Chair, I'll just, if Member Quinn has wording for that she would like to read into the record, we could go to that now. And just
okay, I'm sorry, let me fire that off to you. My apologies.
But certainly if the member wanted to read that out loud, we can receive that in writing afterwards.
Okay. I guess so that am I unmuted? No, yes. Just to my direction would be that the proposed replacement building duplex be revised to include greater soft landscaping on the property, be reduced, I guess would probably be the best word. That the massing be reduced in the site so that the site plan reflects the maintenance retention of greater soft landscaping on the property.
Thank you so much for providing that direction. Is it accepted? And I see it's accepted. I also had a direction around incentives since we are reviewing the Heritage Grant Program, which currently offers maximum grants of $10,000 and $25,000 for small and large scale buildings respectively. That looks at the cost of high quality conservation work and ensures that it continues. And the fact that obviously as a city, we value the conservation of our built heritage. So with the number of properties eligible for funding through the Heritage Grant Program projected to grow, as a result of changes to the Ontario Heritage Act through Bill 23, I wanted to introduce a direction to evaluate the current Heritage Grant Program and report back to Built Heritage Committee by the end of Q2 2024 on the following elements: program structure, guidelines, and eligibility criteria, program budget, and recommendations for funding maximums, and required resources to implement any recommended changes to the program. The idea being that we should at least examine the potential for some greater incentives through our grant program to address the challenge of demolition by neglect. Is that direction accepted? Thank you so much. So, and now the motion. Okay. So can we get that motion on the screen? And so our final motion on this item, be it further resolved that the report be routed to council for consideration at the city council meeting of December 6, 2023.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you so much. So that item will rise to council in December. Our next item is designation of the Bronson Center, 211 Bronson Avenue under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act And we do have a presentation from staff. Yes. Sorry, I had my staff. Based it in this style of emotion. So,
Yes, and there's one even covered. And then.
Okay, I can get started if the committee's ready. Thanks. Wonderful. Okay, good morning, everyone. So this is a report to provide the staff recommendation for the designation, a notice of intention to designate the Bronson Center under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. If we go to the next slide. So the Bronson Center is located at 211 Bronson Avenue. It's a well-known landmark in the Centertown neighborhood, and it currently functions as a hub for social services, arts, and entertainment. The building occupies the entire frontage along Bronson Avenue between Lisgar and Nepean Streets. The building was constructed in between 1928 and 1962. From 1928 until 1994, the building housed Immaculata High School, and since 1996, it's been known as the Bronson Center. If we go to the next slide. So as this committee is well aware, the designation of properties in Ottawa is guided by provincial policy framework, including the provincial policy statement, the Ontario Heritage Act, and the city's official plan. Additionally, Ontario Regulation 0906 outlines the criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest. Recent changes to the Ontario Heritage Act via Bill 23 allow properties to be designated if they meet two or more of the 9 criteria, I should say, outlined in the regulation. In 2021, the property owner retained Bray Heritage, a local heritage consultant, to prepare a cultural heritage evaluation report. And that report was submitted to the city for information, and it provides an overview of the design, history, and contextual values of the property, and that's attached to the staff report. So based on that information in the share, staff have determined that the property meets 6 of 9 criteria for designation under that regulation. In 2020, City Council listed this property on the city's heritage register. It was identified by ERA Architects, the city's consultant on the Centertown Heritage Study, and it was categorized as a significant resource through that Centertown inventory. Under the implications of Bill 23, this property would be removed from the city's register unless council issues a notice of intention to designate by the end of next year. We go to the next slide. In consideration of the information provided in the share, staff are of the opinion that the Bronson Center has design value as a representative example of an institutional building constructed in phases between 1928 and 1962. The stone portion at the corner of Lisgar Street and Bronson Avenue was the original Immaculata High School, clad in stone. And that portion was constructed in 1928, 1929, and it's a representative example of the collegiate Gothic style, which was a popular style for institutional buildings across North America from the early to mid 20th century. The 1948 and 1962 additions to the building are also clad in stone, and they represent a compatible evolution of the complex. we go to the next slide, the site also has historic value for its direct association with the Grey Nuns and Immaculata High School. The Grey Nuns are an important religious order in the history of Ottawa, first arriving in 1845 to provide nursing services under the direction of Mother Elizabeth Bruyere. The building is also significant for its association with Immaculata High School, which was an important component of the Catholic school system in 20th century Ottawa. And it continues in its current location on Main Street. Since 1996, the building has housed the Bronson Center, and it's an important community hub for social services, arts, and music in Ottawa. If we go to the next slide, the Bronson Center is also associated with several significant 20th century architects in Ottawa, including W.E. Noffke, who designed the original Immaculata High School building. Also the architecture firm of Hazel Grove and Lithwick, who designed the 1948 wing, and architects Balhary, Helmer, and Morin, who were responsible for the 1962 expansion. If we go one more slide, the Bronson Center is important in defining the historic character of the north end of Bronson Avenue, a prominent street in Centertown. It forms part of a transitional zone along Bronson Avenue, going from low profile to high rise character. As well as a Catholic school for almost 70 years, the building is also visually and historically linked to the development of significant institutions in this part of Centertown, including St. Vincent's Hospital, Erskine Presbyterian Church, and McPhail Baptist Church. The Bronson Center has contextual value as a landmark on Bronson, both for its size, spanning the entire block of Bronson Avenue between Nepean and Lisgar Streets, and for its function as both a school and now a community hub. If we go to the next slide, these are some of the heritage attributes that have been outlined in the Statement of Value, which provides the key elements that express those cultural heritage values in the statement. So these are the noteworthy specific features, and these are outlined in terms of each of the wings, but also the attributes of the building that speak to its contribution as a cohesive complex and its evolution over time with features that run through the whole of the site. So those include its limestone cladding, flat roof, three-story form, the decorative stone details, fenestration pattern, including the bands of windows, which are slightly different on each wing. I should note the 1952 nurses wing, which is on the north end of the site along Nepean Street, as well as all of the building interiors, have been excluded from the designation. If we go to the next slide, just in terms of consultation, the property owner is aware and is supportive of the proposed designation, and I believe they're here today. The ward councillor is notified of this report, and Heritage Ottawa has also provided comments as well. And if we go to the next slide, just to briefly conclude, so staff are recommending that the Build Heritage Committee recommend that council issue a notice of intention to designate the Bronson Center under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, according to the Statement of Value. And finally, if council does approve the notice of intention to designate, there is a second recommendation as well, and that's to issue a heritage permit along with that notice. And that's to permit the ongoing facade rehabilitation that's been ongoing over the last several months. So the owner has been working, undertaking this work. It includes the removal of limestone cladding, some dismantling of the front portico, and some select sections of the Immaculata High School section. And that's under the advice of a number of heritage engineers to address some structural issues, and they're working with contractors who are very familiar with heritage masonry buildings. And the owner has indicated that their intention is to restore and reinstate the appearance in kind once those issues have been addressed. And I should note that this was part of their plan even before discussions of designation occurred with heritage staff. So this permit will essentially allow that work to continue, and the owner is aware that future or additional alterations would require future or additional heritage approvals. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We did get correspondence from both the Bronson Center and Heritage Ottawa. We also have some registered speakers JP Melville.
Chair, we'd like to ask permission that Corey Mayville speak for a minute or two, Executive Director of Bronson Center.
I'll permit you to share time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members, and hi, Ariel, and staff for doing excellent work. I do want to thank all of you for allowing us an opportunity to, just on behalf of the tenants of our wonderful hub, our board, and of course, the community of Ottawa, who's very interested in the historic preservation of the Bronson Center. As has been mentioned, and I won't repeat everything, obviously, we've been around for over, well, close to 100 years at this point in time. And our history is very important, and bringing things up to present day. Just a brief history of Bronson Center. It was actually the Gray sisters who had this vision to create Bronson Center so that it wouldn't become, no offense, just condos, but it would actually serve the community, first as a school and then as a community hub. And we were incorporated in 2000 and as a charity, and our primary work is providing affordable space to other nonprofits and charities. In 2017, we were asked to make a presentation to the Gray sisters to actually purchase the property. And I can say that we successfully did that, and we did not pay the top dollar price. But we are now at this point in time, a unique and independent private charity. We're embedded in the community, first, as I say, as a school, and now as a community hub. And I believe we play a very key role in our social and cultural economy. So we just welcome this time to share.
Thanks, Corey. Thank you to Melanie. I know you always organize all these things all day long, every day, and that's a lot of work. Thank you, Mackenzie, as well, for joining us and helping us get to this point here today. Chair, councillors, there is a lot of territory to cover. Our intention is to leave this to questions and discussion. There are a couple of people here today. There's our colleague Elisa, Agnes Warda, who's with us online. There's the chair of Bronson Center, who's normally joining us as well online. There's also our contractors, Keystone. They are the masons. They've got an extensive history in stone rehabilitation in Ottawa. Capital Conservation, the design engineer for heritage buildings, even access rigging, cutting edge construction. Where we are actually today in terms of maintaining and sustaining the heritage, the built heritage quality of the building it's an enormous, incredibly complex job. Without Elizabeth Fry Society, transitional housing for women, they're a tenant agency at Bronson Center. Without Psychiatric Survivors of Ottawa, cornerstone key tenant agency at Bronson Center, Orchestra, Jaku Conbet representing the Afro-Caribbean community. We have a new settlement agency at Bronson Center, PAND, representing the Persian community of Ottawa. Where do we go from here? This is the redevelopment component, or the reimagining of Bronson Center's future forward. That task is going to take a real team. It already is taking a real team, and I'm mentioning just a few of the key players in that process. We have, as of Friday, initiated and been welcomed to be recognized as a high economic impact project in Ottawa. On the scale of Lansdowne, I think. Yeah, because we are nothing but community. It's a really unique experience, not just in Ottawa, actually. Corey mentioned it's a private charity. We understand that in Ontario and across Canada, Corey and I've traveled to the United States. There's something about Bronson Center that's really, really special. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I echo those sentiments around the amount of work that takes place in that building, the number of community groups. It's not just musical events. It's a tremendous amount of community organizations that do a lot of work. So thank you so much for your presentation. There are a number of questions, and the first one is from Member Legault.
I fully support the designation of the Bronson Center. I think it's a no-brainer. I just wanted to make a comment that once you do get your designation, or hopefully you do get the designation through the City of Ottawa, that you will become eligible for a number of different funding programs. And there's one within Parks Canada for the National Cost Sharing Program that you guys would be eligible for. They're open for proposals now, but it might be a full year until you have to wait once you get your designation. But I would strongly encourage you to apply to that program, because the type of building and the type of project that you guys have, it's non-for-profit, is sort of the target audience.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We are also unique in that we are charitable, private sector, and public partnership. For example, Ottawa's hottest, newest mid-sized downtown performance venue. That's a private sector partnership. Bronson Center stands out as a financially sustainable and financially independent on its operating revenues for its long-term business model. Right? So the application for grants and subsidies is part of the collaboration moving forward. So thank you very much for that. And I just want to say that, without Lisa's a bit new, and without the federal FedDev investment, without the support of the tenant agencies, we have had in room 109 over $140,000 invested from the community directly in interior renovations. The money sources and the financial support for moving forward are going to be very complex and wide, but thank you very much.
And thank you, Member Legault, for providing that recommendation. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. Hi, JP. Hi, Corey. I'm just, I agree, this is a no-brainer. Of course, we should designate this building. But I don't know if any of you have seen the state that it's in right now, because all of the stones are falling off the front and there's scaffolding. And it's really sad because it is a real jewel in our community. And there's, many organizations, including Transitional Housing for Women through Elizabeth Fry in that building, many organizations. And there is a really excellent music venue. So, just as my colleague on the committee was saying, we really hope that this designation will help you qualify for more funding, and that you can get that taken care of as soon as possible, because I know it's a really tough challenge for a small organization. So thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments, and thank you so much for your presentation. We much appreciate it. The next registered speaker is David Jeans as an individual.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually a member of Heritage Ottawa's advocacy committee, also with Hunter McGill and with David Fleming. And David Fleming did submit in writing support for this designation. But as you said, I'm speaking as an individual. I'm actually sitting here in one of the former nurses' bedrooms in the Bronson Center, which is my office. I've been a tenant at the Bronson Center for 18 years. With Transport Action in 3 different spaces in each wing of the building, including the original 1929 North-Key wing. Been through fire alarms, floods, construction projects, and COVID. I knew the nuns when they still owned the building. And I used to pass by here regularly on my school bus in the early 1960s, which brought high school students from Gloucester Township to downtown high schools, including Immaculata. I knew students at Immaculata. The building is definitely a landmark on Bronson. My compliments to Corey Mayville because it's a well-managed building. It makes the contribution to the not-for-profit sector and the entertainment sector, as you've heard. There's been good attention to maintenance, including accessibility, the provision of ramps, washrooms, and so on. The space for not-for-profits is not only affordable office space, but also meeting space. And we've held several Transport Action annual general meetings here over the years. The designation would, as was mentioned, provide for heritage grants, particularly the city heritage grants. I believe that the $25,000 matching grant program would be applicable. The stonework restoration is underway. It doesn't worry me as much as it worries Councillor Troster, because I see remediation work being done rather than continued deterioration of the building. And so it is important that you approve the issuing of a heritage permit as well as the designation. Designation would also presumably allow the city to provide a plaque, and I think that would be very important, not just because of the importance of the Bronson Center, but the original house and history of the site. I did a study of the predecessor house and its architect, which was published in the Horaceville Herald by the Pinneys Point Foundation back in September 2010. That house was very important as the residence of the Christie family, which is significant in Ottawa history since the 1840s. And civil engineer Alex Christie, who built the house, was also most significant for building the famous Union Suspension Bridge in 1841. So this was his family home. And there are fortunately the original signed architect's plans in color and many photographs of the exterior and interior of the house. So commemoration of the early history of the site is also possible, as is commemoration of its architect, Sidney Fripp, who unfortunately had a short life, died young, and many of his important Ottawa buildings are lost. But I will mention, in addition to what's covered in Carl Bray's Cultural Heritage Evaluation Report, that architect, Sidney Fripp, designed the original Sisters of the Visitation house in 1865 at 114 Wellington Street, which is another designated building, and also was a significant contributor to the design of the Governor General's residence at Rideau Hall in 1865, working directly for its architect, Frederick Preston Rubidge. So there's lots of history there. I'm just going to wrap up by, again, supporting designation and saying that we've valued our presence here at the Bronson Center for 18 years, and so definitely recognize its contributing role to the community and the value of the heritage building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming to us live and direct from the Bronson Center. We really appreciate it. And the last registered speaker is Hunter McGill from, and I see that he's indicated that he does not need to speak. So are there any other questions for staff? No other comments? Then is the report carried? Carried. So this report will be submitted to City Council on November 22nd, 2023 for consideration. Our last substantive item before us is Lansdowne 2 heritage considerations, and I'll ask staff to provide a presentation.
Hi, good morning, members of the committee. My name's Ann Fitzpatrick. I'm a heritage planner here, and I have with me Sean Moore, the director of the Lansdowne 2.0 project, and we're going to provide an overview of the project. Obviously, Lansdowne is a very important project with many different considerations. Today, we are here to speak specifically to the heritage considerations of the project. Next slide. Oh. Okay. Thank you. So, like I mentioned, this report is accompanying the report that went to the Joint Planning and Housing Committee, as well as the Finance Committee meeting last week. We'll provide an overview of the heritage considerations. Heritage permit is not required for the proposed development, but heritage staff have been involved reviewing for adjacency and coordinating with the various other heritage approvals. Next slide. So as it was mentioned by the Heritage Ottawa delegation last week, but I just wanted to point it out as well. Lansdowne's been the site of some major heritage advocacy and efforts that I think are important to mention, including the designation and restoration of the deteriorated Aberdeen Pavilion, and then the designation, de-designation, relocation of the horticulture building. And I just wanted to point it out because those efforts took place, some more recent, some a long time ago, but they've set the stage for the heritage considerations that we're thinking about today. Next slide. So I'll provide an overview of some of the heritage resources that are on site, and then I'll pass it over to Sean. So the two most prominent ones are the Aberdeen Pavilion. It was constructed in 1898. It's a steel and pressed metal exhibition hall. It's designated under Part 4 and is a National Historic Site. The second is the Horticulture Building. It originally served as a horticultural exhibition hall, and in the winter, it was a curling rink. It opened in 1914. It's a prairie-style building. It's designated under Part 4 of the Heritage Act. Next slide. Other resources on site, there's many layers to the heritage protection here. It's subject to a Parks Canada and City of Ottawa cost share agreement. It's adjacent to the Queen Elizabeth driveway, which is recognized as a cultural landscape by the NCC, and adjacent to the Rideau Canal, a National Historic Site, a Canadian Heritage River, and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Next slide. The site is also subject to a heritage conservation easement agreement between the City of Ottawa and the Ontario Heritage Trust with the purpose of heritage conservation. There's 3 elements to this easement agreement: the setting lands, which includes the Aberdeen Pavilion and the Horticulture Building, the protected views, which are indicated in the triangles with the diagonal lines on the map, and then the framing lands, which I think are sort of indicated by the dotted, hashed, speckledy lines on the map. And I'll just ask you to keep the framing lands in mind because we'll come back to it later. But the idea with the framing lands is that they provide the lateral context to the protected views. So if you think of if you're walking along the driveway, before you get to the protected views, the idea is that you would have a glimpse of the Aberdeen Pavilion and from the upper portions before you got to those protected views. And with that, next slide. I'll just pass it over to Sean Moore to walk through the proposal.
Thank you, Ann, members of committee and Mr. Chair. Lansdowne has been a place that has evolved from agricultural and exhibition roots to hosting world and national dignitaries, to entertaining residents and Canadians through music and events over its time. Next slide. So the image on the screen is approximately 1957 and illustrates the site during an event when the original grandstands were in place and the Central Canada exhibition buildings around the site prior to the new Civic Center and the new stadium constructed in 1967. So we can see some from this slide that Aberdeen Pavilion is not visible from Bank Street. And then on the southern portion of the site, you can see it looks like a practice field. And then we'll see some evolution of the site in the next slide, please. So this next slide is approximately in the 1970s. And now we can see the newly constructed stadium and civic center. And the site is also set up for an exhibition with its various outbuildings located around the site. An Aberdeen Pavilion is now visible from Bank Street. You can see the practice field that I pointed out is now evolved with the new south side, at the time, the new south side stands for its removal with now surface parking. Next slide, please. And by the mid-2000s, much of Lansdowne was in a state of disrepair. There was no longer any CFL football team, and the South Stadium stands were condemned and subsequently demolished. The site consisted mainly of historic buildings that Anne presented you today. Next slide, please. In 2012, the city and Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group partnered to renew and revitalize Lansdowne with a new stadium stands, new mixed-use retail, and reimagined public realm, as well as the subterranean parking and open space. Since then, Lansdowne has welcomed over 25 million visitors for major sporting, cultural, and community events. Lansdowne, along with its sports and entertainment events, restaurants, retailers, and public spaces, continue the evolution of this historic site for the enjoyment of all the residents of the National Capital Region and tourists alike. Next slide, please. The Ottawa Civic Centre is one of the oldest municipal arenas of its use in Canada, and interim measures are proving costly, inefficient, and not in the interest of Lansdowne's long-term sustainability. The arena nor stadium stands are both inconsistent with the rest of the Lansdowne site, making it difficult to attract new major events and making it an inconsistent visitor experience. This complex is functionally obsolete and is not accessible and is not energy efficient. Attracting world-class sports and entertainment requires world-class venues. So on the next slide, we'll see in 2022, City Council approved in principle a concept plan as a way of going forward on redevelopment of the North Side Stands and Event Center. This plan included a new state-of-the-art 5,500 seat event center in the east end zone of the stadium, a new 11,200 seat North Side Stands, a new retail podium, replacing the existing 41,000 square feet of retail on the south side of Exhibition Way with 108,000 square feet, and an estimated 1,200 housing units above that podium in 3 towers, 40, 34, and 29-story towers. Next slide, please. City Council tasked staff to go out and do different engagement and due diligence. So over the past 12 months, staff launched the public engagement process. Staff initiated the request for expression of interest of subterranean and property air rights, which are the development rights over top and below the new retail podium. The city launched its planning process through a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment. And the city also hired its consultants to look into the financial analysis of the funding strategy that council approved in principle. Next slide, please. Through the staff initiated zoning and official plan amendment to implement the 2022 concept plan, staff came back with recommendations. The recommendations were to do official plan amendment to permit maximum heights up to 40 stories in the area that's identified in Area N on the map on the screen. The Lansdowne Special District was also requested to be permit an event center in the east end zone of the stadium. The zoning bylaw amendment would permit a maximum of 40 stories in height. The event center would have a holding provision over top of it until such time we continued our heritage work through site plan control application. And a height limit of 15.5 meters would be established on the event center in Area E on the map. Staff also are recommending a unit cap of 770 units for those 2 towers. And we're establishing minimum tower separation, maximum podium height along Exhibition Way, and step backs in line with the city's high-rise design guidelines. Next slide, please. So based on the public feedback and the due diligence work that staff went out, we eliminated the 3rd tower closest to Aberdeen Pavilion, and now illustrating in an exemplar design towers of 40 and 25 stories along over top of the retail podium. Staff also proposed to reduce the density from proposed 1,200 units to a maximum of 770 units. And where the 3rd tower is now introduction of new public realm space next to the Aberdeen Pavilion and as a gateway into the entrance to the new event center. Also, parking on site would be reduced from approximately 740 spaces to support the residential to approximately 330 spaces. Next slide, please. So this slide just illustrates the comparison between the 2022 concept plan on the left and the staff recommendation on the right. A key note in here is I've mentioned the tower heights and the number of towers in the residential units. The staff are also recommending that the retail be reduced from the proposed 108,000 square meters square feet to 49,000 square feet of retail. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering illustrating an exemplar design of the podium and towers along Exhibition Way. The design represents consideration from the public consultation sessions, city's internal heritage staff, our external heritage consultant, review from the city's urban design review panel, as well as agency consultation with the Ontario Heritage Trust, National Capital Commission, and Parks Canada. The next slide illustrates a nighttime rendering, illustrating that staff would recommend the maintenance of or maintaining the grand entrance to the north side stands. And the podium work also represents our work with, as I mentioned, our heritage staff, our heritage consultant, our architect that we hired for the project, and in terms of how to incorporate a street wall that respects the Aberdeen Pavilion and bring in materialities, including column and window rhythm, drawing back to that original grandstand that I illustrated previously. Next slide, please. And this is a rendering of the new public realm plaza that does not exist today and would introduce approximately 27,000 square feet of new public realm space. I'll now hand the presentation back to Anne to present the heritage matters related to the file.
Thank you. Next slide. So the proposed event center and the relocated berm will encroach into the framing lanes of the easement. This will require permission from the Ontario Heritage Trust, and that will take place in advance of site plan. Next slide. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, not next slide. Just to illustrate on the image that's in front of you, the framing lanes are indicated by the blue dashed line that runs through the event center there. Next slide, please. So in consultation with the Ontario Heritage Trust, knowing that it needs their approval, staff have established a series of heritage conservation measures. The trust is supportive of this approach and will continue to be involved in the next phases of the project. I'll just walk you through what that approach is here. Next slide. So the first is the heritage impact assessment, which Sean mentioned, and it identifies the impacts of the proposal, including the visibility of the towers beyond the silhouette of the Aberdeen, some impact to the dynamic views from the canal, shadow impact, the encroachment of the event center. It noted a positive impact of the increased setback along Exhibition Way, and it concludes that generally the proposal conserves the value of the site while allowing for its revitalization. Next slide. To mitigate these impacts, the proposal recommends the establishment of conservation design parameters, which are architectural mitigation strategies. They've been divided into 3 sections of the site: Exhibition Way, the towers, and the event center lands. All of these CDPs will be implemented as part of the future site plan application. There's some examples of what they are. It's too small maybe on the screen to see there, but it speaks to interpreting the historic street wall, like Sean mentioned, designing the towers to relate to the Aberdeen Pavilion and the podium, etc. So that was the first, the heritage impact assessment was the first thing we did. Next slide. The second was working to establish heritage conservation related planning measures through this process, the zoning bylaw amendment and the council approved concept plan. So those included increasing the setback on the south side of Exhibition Way, establishing a maximum height for the event center. Both of those are to improve the relationship with the Aberdeen Pavilion, and adding a holding zone to the event center to require an alteration permit from the trust, as well as an additional study, an additional addendum to the heritage impact assessment to look at the impacts of that event center as it relates to the heritage aspects of the site. Next slide. The third thing we did was future studies to be required at site plan. So addendums to the heritage impact assessment for the event center and impacts to views along the Rideau Canal, a heritage interpretation plan for the entire site, documentation and salvage plan for the North Stands and Frank Clare Stadium, and then a heritage protection plan, which would look at things like the pre-construction building condition survey, implementation of physical protection for the buildings during construction, vibration control monitoring, and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, heritage staff believe the development conserves the cultural heritage value of the site, and the impacts that have been identified can be mitigated. Conservation has been considered through the impact assessment, the implementation of heritage-related planning tools, and the requirement of future studies at the site plan phase. Heritage staff have and will continue to work collaboratively with NCC, Parks Canada, and the Ontario Heritage Trust. Next slide. And now it's back to Sean.
Thank you. And just taking a broad approach to the project on a bigger level, staff will be this report will be rising to council this week. And in terms of touch points with council, should council proceed, there'll be multiple touch points with council in terms of staff reporting back on procurement delivery models and final bid acceptance for construction. But in terms of built heritage through site plan, we'll be working with the Ontario Heritage Trust, as Anne mentioned, National Capital Commission and Parks Canada on the terms of reference for the heritage studies following through site plan. And high level on the final slide is just construction timeline, just to give you a sense of notion of the overall project in terms of project delivery. The event center would be a first build taking 24 months, followed by the north side stands, which could take 30 to 36 months. And then the towers would be a separate site plan application from a private developer. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much for the in-depth presentation. I know it's something that councillors heard for a little bit over the last little while in terms of a presentation, in terms of the proposal, the project as proposed. It is important to underline, of course, that we aren't here to approve a heritage permit, that this is just a report that will be received for information that contains the heritage impact assessment. But despite that, I think it is important, having been notified that there could potentially be a conflict of interest, that we just put that on the table. So I invite Member Legault just to speak to that.
Yes, I believe just being an employee of Parks Canada and having you guys collaborate with some of my colleagues, I won't be able to comment on this project.
And we appreciate the abundance of caution, despite the fact that this isn't a report for approval, it's just a report to be received. We did receive correspondence from Heritage Ottawa, and we do have two speakers registered, including Heritage Ottawa. So I don't know if Hunter wants to provide comment on this file.
Thank you again, Chair and committee members. Lansdowne Park is very near and dear to Heritage Ottawa's heart. It was, in fact, over 50 years ago when there was a movement to demolish the Aberdeen Pavilion that, in fact, the public reaction was such that Heritage Ottawa came into existence, partly focusing on the preservation and the stabilization of Aberdeen Pavilion, but also then gradually over time, the remit expanded to include built heritage preservation within Canada, within Ottawa. And in fact, those of you, I know you all avidly read the Heritage Ottawa newsletter, you will have noticed that the Aberdeen Pavilion logo is in fact our logo on that publication. 12 years ago, we spoke quite extensively, Heritage Ottawa spoke quite extensively before the Ontario Conservation Review Board with regard to the city's plan as part of Lansdowne 1.0 to move the horticulture building. We felt that that was an inappropriate step to take, given that buildings are not only in and of themselves heritage, but also in their setting. The setting is an important feature. We lost that one. The city said, we're not bound by that, and they moved the building. That is why when Anne was speaking about the designation, undesignation, designation, and whatever. I lost track. However, that is the background to that. And we find ourselves again in a role of needing to speak up about Lansdowne Park's historical importance to the city of Ottawa. We want to make it clear that we are not opposed to the need for changes to Lansdowne Park's current configuration in order to ensure the sustainability of the site. But it is a unique location. And Anne has described it. It sits adjacent to a Canadian National Heritage Site, a Canadian Heritage River, and also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And we have only one of those in town, so we have to be very mindful of that. We also recognize and appreciate the proposal going eventually to council with regard to recommendations about needed repairs and upgrades to be made to both of these heritage buildings. We think that that's most welcome. We hope that as the financial package for this significant project goes ahead, that those elements are going to be preserved. There will be a lot of pressure, and we sometimes worry that heritage slides down the list of priorities. We are very interested in the preservation and improvement, for that matter, in the view planes from Bank Street to the Aberdeen Pavilion. It was interesting to see several of the slides that were presented a few moments ago as to the evolution of the site to make those view planes more evident, but we still feel that they could be in fact expanded and of course protected. Our largest concern, our most significant concern, is in fact with regard to the towers that are proposed as more of a private sector element of the overall proposal. And we're very concerned that both the shadow impact that they will have, and also the issue about the proximity of those towers to particularly the Aberdeen Pavilion, and what that will do in terms of the perception of that very significant heritage structure. It was of concern to us. We welcomed the evolution, as has been set out in the design plan, with the elimination of one of those towers. That was seen as welcome, but as you might expect, not quite enough. It was of concern to us when in the presentations that were made to our committee of council early last week, that the suggestion was made that the third tower come back in, and we think that that would be a very, very unfortunate development. And finally, and I see that the Parks Canada person has left, we wish that Parks Canada had been a little bit more vocal in terms of its concerns and its views on this. They have not been reflected in any of the material, in any of the commentaries that we've seen. Parks Canada was more active, I know because they brought me into it, when the Bank Street Bridge, the Flora Bridge, was proposed and then constructed. And they had much more to say at that time and have had very little, if anything, to say now. Anyway, to summarize, we recognize the need for investment. We hope that it will be done in such a way as to protect the key heritage elements of the site, of those two glorious buildings, and that investments in the preservation, the stabilization of those two buildings can be taken into consideration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. And Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you about that three tower piece versus what staff have come back with here. And obviously I know here there's no decision being made here. They're just receiving the report. But I think it gives us an opportunity for discussion, given the council discussion about that third tower. The two towers that are proposed right now came at the recommendation of the Urban Design Review Panel, as well as heritage considerations and feedback that staff had received, but mostly it was a design decision that was made. The two tower approach right now, is that a concern for you, given the height and view taking away from the pavilion or not? And then I just wanted to ask you about the event center, which the Ontario Heritage Trust has mentioned is concerned about the heights within the view plane of the event center. So happy to get your thoughts on those two pieces, and then back to the third tower approach, because that was taken out for design reasons and for the flow inside, to create a more welcoming environment, to reduce wind tunnels, to reduce shadowing, to welcome people into the site and up that ground staircase, as well as the tower separation that exists with the two towers versus the three. The only reason, I'll just mention before you answer all these myriad of questions, the only reason why 1,200 units was included initially and why those three towers were initially included was because there was a thought that this could make the plan revenue neutral. Of course, there was always going to be debt to pay back, but that was why there was originally three towers there. People seem to forget that of the 1,200 units is they wanted to say that the plan was revenue neutral because of the property taxes that would have come and been diverted from the general into the project. So there's a lot there, but I'm interested in your thoughts on the two tower approach, the view plane on the event center, and again, why the three tower piece is so concerning for you next to the pavilion.
Thank you for unbundling those questions. Two towers, we still have concerns about shadow effects, and also the with regard to the easternmost of the two towers, the effect that visually and with regard to the heritage setting of the Aberdeen Pavilion, that it may provide generate a visual crowding impact on the heritage structure, which is so very important to us. Gosh, I've lost my way. Remind me again.
So there's that one. Thank you. Then there's the event center and the height of the event center. I don't know if you saw the Heritage Trust comments on that. And then there's the three tower approach overall. I guess it's similar to your two tower approach comments.
Well, worse. Dealt with the third one first, if I may, just to say that our most significant concerns were with that third tower, with its bulk and with its siting and the inescapable shadow effects that would generate. With regard to the event center, it's more our sense of the importance of preserving some of the viewscapes from the canal and from that vista, that viewpoint, and that they would in fact obscure what we have to effect is a really marvelous building in the Aberdeen Pavilion, and but in its entirety, right down to ground level, and that event center in its current proposed configuration would detract from that. I hope I answer your question.
It does. Thank you. Yeah, that's 50,000 square feet of green space there that
yes,
that would be taken up. So thank you very much.
I did just say, Mr. Chairman, it's been very difficult to separate one's personal views about which one has many, and in fact, our approach from a heritage standpoint. Thank you very much.
And we appreciate the challenge. This file is very complex, and it's presenting multiple challenges to all of us over the last few weeks and few months. So we appreciate that. I don't see any other questions, so thank you so much for your presentation. And we do have a delegation as well from I guess this is Isla Patterson.
This on?
Thank you so much. We did get your last minute request to speak, and we're really happy to be able to slip you in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was going to say good morning, but it's afternoon. Good afternoon, councillors and committee members. My name is Isla Patterson. I live in the Glebe. I'm a member of Heritage Ottawa, but I'm not an expert in heritage matters. I spoke to the Joint Committee about my concern about the cost of the event center in Ottawa compared to the one in Gatineau, but that was yesterday or last week. Why I asked to speak to you is that I understand that the report that your committee has received and will be forwarded to council has to do with recommendations related to the proposed with changes to the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendments. And that these will involve the designated and listed heritage properties. First of all, I want to say that there is no consideration in this document for the strategic heritage view protection of the Aberdeen Pavilion in the inclusion of these two towers. For example, when I looked at document number 1, it's a bird's-eye view of Lansdowne Park, like the aerial photograph, showing the sight lines within the park along an interior walking path that has trees and shrubbery between the path and Queen Elizabeth Drive. But when the upper portion of the Aberdeen Pavilion is viewed by tourists in the canal boat tours or visitors, including visiting heads of states and their delegations traveling along Colonel By, the proposed addition of 2 skyscrapers of 40 and 25 stories in the park completely changes the silhouette background setting of the Aberdeen Pavilion in the park. My point is that your report and the sightline drawings miss the big picture of which is the view from outside the park. What is now a strong visual, historical, and heritage architectural impact for people entering our city, what I call a capital city memory, next to the World Heritage Site, the Rideau Canal, will be severely diminished, I would say downgraded, by the 2 proposed high rises. Even though there are better sight lines along Exhibition Way, which I very much appreciate, the visual importance of Aberdeen Pavilion will be lost, which is why I wrote in the Citizen that putting the 2 skyscrapers next to the Aberdeen Pavilion, which the city calls its golden jewel of the park, is to me like putting a ring of banal skyscrapers around the Eiffel Tower. And I consider it as a citizen a big insult to the use of public space. There's also the problem of the shadows in the wind tunnel that was mentioned by the previous speaker. I also would say, in following up to Council Menard's observation, that the reason that these towers have been included was that the guiding principles to the park decided in 2010, in which I participated as a community member in their consultation, were changed in 2021 to permit the selling of air rights and subterranean rights to finance replacing the existing facilities. When the guidelines were designed, they were built around the importance of the life cycle fund to preserve, repair, and maintain the stadium and the event arena. Yes, we knew that the facilities would be replaced, but there was no recognition in the original guiding principles that they would be replaced in under a decade. So the discussions on last week were that the 3rd tower might be added. My point is that this report is not needed if the 3rd tower goes ahead, because you'll have to possibly change it. And if the life cycle fund had been considered, the report wouldn't even exist. So my recommendation is to receive the report as a committee, but defer referring it to council. Thank you very much for hearing my views.
Thank you so much for your submission. Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Isla, for waiting today and for your presentation, all your research. I know you do a lot of that, and it's appreciated. I just wonder, I think you're speaking to kind of other options on the site. And when Lansdowne was first built, there was a really great opportunity to build some mid-rise housing right above those retail blocks in the middle.
Yes.
And it would have been such a nice addition there, and such a nice complement to, I think, the rest of the site. But we have the one proposal in front of us now, and I look at it, and you look at that east end block near, on the west end by at the end of Joey's, where there's the larger scale retail that's there. And we're tearing down, as part of this plan, the J block retail that was just built in 2014. So there's other retail on site that I understand you can't really build above. But what do you say to that in terms of adding housing to the site that could complement the site, but doing it in a way that, again, further enhances the experience going to Lansdowne in a way that's more supported and builds more unity in our city rather than what we've got in front of us now?
I have been involved in Lansdowne for over 15 years. And one of the disappointments was that there wasn't a consideration for housing, and now, affordable housing that was built onto the retail so that it could be mid-rise. And, it really was a missed opportunity that I would have hoped would have been considered as another option. But what is distressing to me is that there really was only one option: take it or leave it. And I as a citizen, I really felt insulted that there were no other options given to our city leaders to consider. Living in the Glebe, which is a very expensive area, I'm a member of the Glebe Community Association. We've had extensive discussions about the need for affordable housing with community supports. And that was why on Friday, June Creelman, who's vice president of our association, when asked about, said that there is a site on the Glebe secondary plan at Bank Street, just by the Queensway, where we want affordable housing. And that is very close to the food bank on Catherine and the Center 507. It would be an ideal place for affordable housing. So, the major report says that affordable housing is not financially viable in Lansdowne, and I understand that, but really, in the Glebe, we do need affordable housing.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, for those questions. Councillor Troster.
Hi, thanks so much for being here. I really do appreciate your suggestion in terms of how to proceed, because where I'm struggling, Chair, is with the fact that this issue of the third tower has now been brought back into play in terms of potential motions that'll be coming to council this week. And we have to fully debate that. So I'm just wondering what our options are. I could ask you, Chair, or I could ask staff, but I understand that I'm interacting with the delegation.
Well, I would just say, just for clarity, that obviously there's a report that was presented to the joint committee, and now that will be deliberated by council, as we know, at a special meeting where motions have been introduced by members of council, which is their right. We haven't had full deliberation and we haven't voted on those items. So the item that is before us is the staff report with staff recommendations. My understanding, just conferring with our deputy clerk as well, is that any report that is received for us would automatically also rise to council. There isn't the capacity for us to receive something and for it not to go to the higher body. So This is just ultimately, I guess, an exercise of procedure. We're dealing with the report that's before us. And the timing actually still does make sense because those reports have not been amended by motions from other members of council.
Excuse me, Councillor or King, may I ask a question? Would it be possible for this committee to provide comments instead of just passing the report along?
Well, in this space, we do provide comment in the sense of the deliberation that we have with the report that's before us. So members have the option to provide comment or opinion. Of course, public members would have only this venue to have that capability. Councillors will be able to provide continuous comment on these files as they rise to council, and we expect to have both vigorous and elongated debate on Lansdowne. So, rest assured that the inputs that we hear from this body will also inform debate, discussion, and dialogue at council.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and I just want to say that, we had 2 11-hour days last week where we heard from more than 90 delegations. So I do appreciate you coming. I think the degree of community concern is probably the highest that we'll see of any item coming to council or committee. And I also share your concern about only one option being presented to us. I mean, a question that I asked at council or at committee was, why have we not been presented with an estimate for fixing the existing structures, for dealing with accessibility issues and building a public bathroom if that's the main concern? So I just want to let you know that your concerns are heard, and we will have many more hours debate about this at council. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
And we have one more question for you from Member Quinn.
Okay, again, I apologize. It's not a question for the delegate. It's a comment, and perhaps more a question for you, Chair. So I'll hold it until.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your delegation. And we have one more registered speaker, William Price from the Glebe Community Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm the chair of the Glebe Community Association Heritage Committee, and I will not take up a great deal of your time. I will acknowledge that we're in full support of the submission from Heritage Ottawa. Again, I think there's no question as well. There are some very fine points made by the previous speaker with respect to the view sheds. I agree with them. If you look at the view shed impact from the Queen Elizabeth driveway, there is no doubt about it. A third tower would be an egregious introduction on top of the existing proposals problem with the view shed from that particular area. We've had compromises on the view shed originally from Bank Street under the Heritage Trust, and they were authorized. That's past history. The new proposal makes a slight improvement to that by nudging facilities towards to make that alley slightly larger. But in the end, the view sheds are a significant concern. And if the third tower comes back, I think a lot of people will have a different view of the whole project. The Heritage report, the work on analysis of impacts, I thought was quite good. It's simply factual. It states what it is. It doesn't add judgment. And I think a close reading of it would indicate that a third tower is potentially problematic. So I really do hope that does not arise, or if it does, that this committee, in approving the report, would stand some credibility in terms of rejecting that notion. So I'll stand there. And just an interesting anecdote: we fought very hard, our committee and Heritage Ottawa, when I was with them, to designate the horticulture building. the builder of my house actually was the president of the Glebe Curling Club in 1926, which is an illustrated footnote. But that building, through a lot of trouble, ended up coming out to be a very decent building, but in the wrong location. I really think we have to care a lot about where we locate things when you're talking about a heritage core. This is a special treat. It's one of the few buildings, exhibition buildings, still left in the country. And it's only two that are left in Aberdeen Pavilion. So those are my observations for the Heritage Committee and the GCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And you do have a question from Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll be brief. Thank you, Bill, for being here and again waiting for the meeting to get to this point. I want to ask you about two different options. One is the rebuild of the arena in its current place with some housing above it, instead of taking over that green space and those view sheds. I wonder what your thoughts would be about that, because as I understand it, that could be an option that was not presented, but could be in the future if we were to say, go back and find us a better option. And then the second thing I'm interested in your views of is the official plan amendment that's being sought by city staff right now, which was against the last council's direction, by the way, but it has been sought, is for 40 stories for the entire podium in that area. So that would mean that though it's right now, it says 40 and 25 in the designs you're seeing up here, that second tower could very easily grow with a hotel, 111 units with more housing units. We've said at council, we want affordable housing on the site. We want more affordable housing dollars to come as part of this project because of how large it is. And that is a priority of the city of Ottawa. I wonder your view of increasing that 25-story tower for the affordable housing piece that council has been discussing. I think erroneously, probably as a third tower approach. Staff don't support a third tower. I don't believe the mayor does, but we'll see. And so I'm wondering those two different options in front of you, if we could get more affordable housing into one of those towers at the same OPA that staff are seeking at 40 stories, what would your views be?
Coming from a heritage perspective, basically there will be towers, I'm guessing. I hope it's two. Their height seems to, it gets more egregious as height increases. And I think the idea of the affordable housing in the personal point of view, such housing within Lansdowne is probably not the most efficient way to deal with the generation of funds for housing. In other words, there are other properties where the same amount of investment could yield a great deal of housing, and so on and so forth. So it may very well make sense, and I suspect that's the logic of the city in terms of grinding out as much profit and so forth to minimize the necessity of tax dollars, new tax dollars being dedicated. So I mean, that's a personal point of view, being an economist. So, but at the same time, the larger the towers, the larger the building, the more problematic it becomes from the view shed approach. But so far, the work has been very professional in assessing what the facts are regarding that damage.
Sorry, Chair, just to remind on the first portion, I should just ask one question at a time. The event center, was I hoping you would comment on that, keeping it in place and building housing above it instead of moving it to that much loved green space and building it completely separately.
Yeah, I really don't have a firm opinion on that. I think, again, the height and more incursion into the green space is a problem from the viewscapes. And it's no question when you drive along the canal, I mean, yes, there's trees and stuff, but because of the heights of the building, they're in any image you have the buildings in the background.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions for you, so thank you so much for your delegation. Does the committee have any questions for staff? Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I appreciate the presentation today. Can you just clarify process, given we've got all these motions in front of us that could drastically change what this site looks like and the heritage perspective that could come as a result of a council decision, which would be, as I understand it, fairly final this week or perhaps on the weekend. Could you just clarify process wise what would happen in that case? We would receive what's in front of us now, but that may not be the final outcome.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Menard. In terms of if there was a motion that was introduced that would sort of change the design itself, is that what you're asking, like how heritage would still be involved in the process?
Yeah, I just wonder, we're here now hearing about one proposal when the proposal could look very different after a few days from now.
Yeah, I think so. We provided comments on the two tower option that's in front of you. We have an addendum to the heritage impact assessment that looks at the reduction from the 3 towers to the 2 towers. So it looks at the change of impacts. And I think like the other departments in the city, as you go through the motions and different things are being considered, we'll be there to provide comment on it and give our opinion. But our comments on the 3 versus 2 tower options, we've provided those to Sean's team. And in this report, we speak to it as well.
Okay.
Maybe I could just add one thing, Councillor. I think the other piece of this is that if the way that the various approvals have been set up is kind of got a heritage insurance policy in there to require future studies related to the potential heritage impacts of whatever the ultimate design is. So I think even if it were to change through motions, we have some ability to still be reviewing impacts if it's approved. Whatever is ultimately approved by council.
Okay. In your review of the first option, I'm not talking about the towers now, but the event center, did you review what it would be like to have the event center in its current location, not in the view plane that the OHT seems to have trouble with in the lawn?
We did not look at keeping it in, we looked at the options that were being presented to us. So we looked at the new location of the event center. So we've assessed what's before us. If that was the proposal to keep it where it is, we'd have to assess that as well and see what impacts that had on, say, the podium and exhibition way and its relation and the impact on the towers. So I couldn't speculate what the impacts would be. We just would have to see it.
Okay. The Ontario Heritage Trust comments, have they been made public? I've just seen references to them in reports, but I think I think we're waiting for site plan to get there, which we need approval of on the view planes for the event center. And I understand, Chair, that they have some concerns about those viewpoints because of the height of the event center. It's actually going to be very high up. We talked about burying it, but we're talking, I think, at least 15.5 meters in the air. And without a green accessible roof at this point, and the movement of the berm. So just have the OHT comments been made public?
Mr. Chair, so staff met with the Ontario Heritage Trust as well as Parks Canada NCC about 3 to 4 times since January of 2023. We had a meeting with Heritage and the OHT to develop the terms of reference for this heritage study for the Lansdowne report. And Anne can speak to it in a moment. That we do have comments from them that they sent to staff. They're a lockstep with us in the process and in terms of how we got here and where we're going next. So they're comfortable in terms of moving forward with us on the site plan for the event center with the H to just do a little more work on how the event center sits in the ground and what views are above the event center to the upper portions of the pavilion. So they haven't identified red flags with that. They're lockstep with us in terms of our process moving forward. And I don't know if Anne has anything else to add.
No, I don't think I have anything else to add, except that, like Sean said, they've indicated they're supportive of our process. There's the Heritage Impact Assessment addendum that will look specifically at the event center, and that's tied into the holding zone, as well as their approval. So they were, So that sort of gave them the comfort level that the design and the public realm integration with that event center is still to be examined and looked at.
Did they have comments on the third tower when you were initially speaking with them before that was changed? And were they concerned about it?
So the third tower in the concept plan is outside of the heritage easement zone area. So they didn't have comments in terms of their approval, but they did have concerns with the impact on the site and its proximity to the Aberdeen Pavilion.
And what are your concerns with that third tower as it existed previously in previous drawings?
Sure. So we had the heritage impact assessment conducted and it identified all the impacts. So there were shadow impacts, there were impacts of visibility of the silhouette of the Aberdeen Pavilion, there was proximity issues in terms of congestion of people and maybe vehicular traffic with the access on the east side of the building. And all of those impacts, while they can be mitigated, would be lessened with a two-tower approach from a heritage perspective. The two-tower option also gives the opportunity to enhance the public realm surrounding the Aberdeen Pavilion with that creation of the new public space. So in our opinion, that's obviously a positive as well. We had concerns with where the tower was located on the podium and the height of that tower as it related to the Aberdeen Pavilion. So from a heritage perspective, the two-tower option was preferred to the three-tower.
Okay, just last question, Chair. Did staff consider different alternatives that might have kept the event center in its place or in that proximity?
No, Mr. Chair, staff followed council direction to move forward on implementing the 2022 concept plan through that initiated Planning Act applications.
Okay. And if council were to give direction to consider that option, could you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if at council, whatever decisions made at council, staff will take council's direction.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Member Quinn. I think you're on mute again, Member Quinn.
So sorry. Thank you, Chair. My question is procedural as well. Are we, can we, accept this report as information, but can we put a motion forward as well?
I'll defer to staff on that to answer.
Mr. Chair, if Heritage staff want to weigh in, they certainly can. The jurisdiction of the Built Heritage Committee is limited to heritage matters, and what is before the Built Heritage Committee is the Heritage Implications Report. So the ability for members to move substantive motions would be quite limited by that.
Okay, thank you. So my more specific question then would be, if a motion were proposed to that the Built Heritage Committee recommend that council not support a motion that will be brought before them to reinstate the third tower for the implications, very strong implications, that negative implications that such a tower would have on the Aberdeen Pavilion and the other heritage elements on the at Lansdowne.
Mr. Chair, appreciating it's hard to give hypothetical advice on a motion that's not before us. Perhaps staff have anything to comment in terms of the status of any particular motion in that regard? Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I think at last Friday's joint meeting, the city manager identified that this week staff would be looking at all those motions, digesting them and getting ready to have that discussion going into this week's council meeting. So staff have to go through and review all those motions.
Correct. And I think that's obviously are the motions that have been advanced by council. I think the public member is asking whether she could introduce a motion within the guise of this report that is only to be received. I think we have to underline, of course, that what's before us is is a report to be received rather than seeking formal approval from this committee on a specific action, whether it's designation or a heritage permit or any of the powers that are kind of conferred onto this committee by the Ontario Heritage Act. So I was just wondering if we could get some clarity from the deputy clerk.
Thank you, Chair. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Mr. Chair, appreciating that this is a significantly larger, more complex file than most of the planning application circulations that members of the Built Heritage Committee receive, I would see that this process would be very similar in that Built Heritage Committee does receive for information planning circulations that do not have associated heritage applications. In those instances, generally, members would provide comments at the meeting and would also have the opportunity to share those comments with staff and indeed with council anytime up until the matter is considered by council. So it may be, that might be a course of action that the member could take, which would be to provide those written comments, and the Office of the City Clerk would endeavor to not only share those with staff, but also with all of council.
And yeah, I think that is a legitimate option. We do see that all the time in terms of a tremendous amount of correspondence, not just by residents, but by professionals as well as committee members. So I think that would probably be the best way to proceed in terms of providing input into the process.
So I'm not entitled to bring a motion forward.
Well, you can bring the motion forward or a motion forward, but typically when we have reports for information, we follow a specific process that where comments are provided to a council.
Okay. I think. I'll let the Bobbies ask her question and I'll sit on that for a minute.
Member Doden.
Thank you, Chair. I only have a comment today, acknowledging that everything that was to be said has already been said here. A project this size will change the fabric that exists, not only in terms of how it's used, but also how it's perceived. And there is an impact, huge impact on heritage, but also the community at large. And I'm sure the council will make the best possible decision. I just want to say that it'll be interesting to see how the heritage protection plan is made and implemented to ensure that we don't lose the heritage structures next to the site in process of building new ones, regardless of what iteration of the design gets approved on 10th. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just for Member Quinn's edification, staff has said that a member can move a written motion, but it has to be tied to heritage considerations.
Okay. So how would I go about doing that? Do I just do it verbally or?
Mr. Chair, in accordance with the rules of procedure, a motion that is put before the committee should be in writing, so that members know what they are voting on. Certainly the clerk's office can assist with these things, but we are not aware of any motion that has yet been presented in that regard. So if the member, again, appreciating that the public members do not sit on council, so there's not an opportunity for a public member to take the time between now and council to consider that matter. They could certainly pass on their written comments, and any member of council at the council meeting could take it upon themselves to move a motion if the member needed more time. Sorry, that's a bit of a roundabout answer, but we would need to have the motion in writing in some form before the committee votes on it.
Okay, so I'd have to email something to Ms. Blair, like within the next minute.
More or
Is that-
less, since
is that what I'm
item is
hearing?
before us. And this is one of the reasons why typically with this process, comments are referred up to council, since often though members have the capacity to bring these types of substantive motions, typically that does not occur with reports that are just to be received.
Yeah, this is kind of a special situation, though. This is not your typical report that we receive. This has huge implications for a very important piece of property in the city. And I have no opportunity to speak to it again. And I would like to sort of take the chance that my motion could be supported by this committee, which would have potentially a lot more impact than my personal comments. So that's my thinking. Just to share with you. And did Councillor Minot have some input before I?
Yes, Councillor Minot.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, so I guess, you know, in this, sometimes this happens to me too at committee, when you're just talking with staff and you want to bring a motion forward. What I usually do is I email one sentence to staff, basically capturing my thoughts and just say, I'd like this to be drawn up as a motion. I think in this case, that's probably all you would need is one or two sentences to send it to Caitlin and Melanie. In that case, that's just my own. Sometimes that happens at committee.
Yeah, no, listen, I appreciate it.
And I have questions too, if you want the time to do that. So
thank you.
I can get back on the and maybe Chair, you'll indulge with a minute or two for Vice Chair Quinn in this regard. I did want to talk just briefly because the OPA, just to staff, because the OPA is seeking 40 stories towers in the entire block, that it's not shrink wrapped right now in any way. So you could have theoretically 40-story towers anywhere along that entire podium, not with what we've said looks like the pictures right now. You could have different tower separation, a different unit count if a motion was to pass, for example, that removes the unit cap. Right now, staff are recommending a unit cap, but that could change. So I guess the question to heritage staff on the heritage item is that second tower, if it were to go to 40 stories closest, because it's 40 stories now, closest to Bank Street. The second one is 25 stories closest to the pavilion. Is there comment on the height of a skyscraper versus a high rise on that second tower and its implications for heritage?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Menard. The heritage opinion on that is that a lower height closer to the Aberdeen Pavilion has less of an impact on the Aberdeen Pavilion. It's my understanding, and Sean can correct me if I'm wrong, is that in the council approved, if it was the current council approved concept plan, any substantial changes to the design would require, including like two towers of the same height or a higher height near the Aberdeen Pavilion, would require approval from council to change. But I guess another thing, I could be wrong about that. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's not correct. I was going to say in terms, I guess one thing to think about is we have the conservation design parameters that I mentioned in the heritage impact assessment, and they give mitigation measures for the tower design, and part of that is how they relate, whatever the approval is, how they relate to the Aberdeen Pavilion. So we will have an additional heritage impact assessment addendum to understand how the tower design impacts the Aberdeen Pavilion. So whatever that is would have to be assessed through another impact assessment. But some of the considerations that are given have to do with the height near the Aberdeen Pavilion. And I'm sorry for misspeaking earlier.
Yeah.
I'll let Sean correct me.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Chair, no, it's fine because Dan and I had this discussion, and it's in that area where 40 stories would be permitted. We were discussing, well, could someone put 3 towers up? And the discussion we had was that, well, 3 towers, if council approved the concept with 2, would be a massive change of the concept. So that's where we talked about if the 2-tower concept is approved and someone could squeeze in 3, would that be permitted? And the conversation was no, that's a major change to the concept plan that'd have to go back to council. And I'd just add as well, the staff recommendation is also to have minimum tower separation of 25 meters. So that will also although you can go up to 40 in the proposal, really you could only put 2 towers on that podium due to the tower separation that's being proposed by staff.
Okay, would staff constitute a change through your chair from 25 to 40 stories as being major? Or is that something that staff would say, okay, that's in line with what we've said in the OPA? So if we want to add the hotel and other housing there, that wouldn't be a major change or not?
And Mr. Chair, so staff are proposing up to 40 stories in both the OPA and the zoning. So if someone comes forward through the request for offer of sale of the air rights and proposes a 40 and a 30, that would meet the zoning of the day. That would meet the zoning that's passed. The reason up to 40 is proposed by staff is to provide flexibility in terms of the floor plate size that a developer proposes, the unit mix that a developer proposes, a boutique hotel if we attract a boutique hotel. So there's flexibility in the overall zoning envelope.
Okay, very helpful, I think, for everybody to hear. I guess just lastly then on that, given what Heritage colleagues have said about the current design, the 40 coming down to a 25 nearest the most important heritage asset on the site, is it the intent then to try to shrink wrap what would be there, given the unit count cap that you've added, the tower separation caveat that you've inserted in the recommendation, and there was one other piece you inserted in there that spoke to this that I'm trying to remember, but I guess the question is, do you see shrink wrapping that in any way, given the designs that have been put out there in the public and the media as being an important consideration for council, given that we could end up with 2 40-story towers, or in the case of another motion, 3?
I hope this is the last item on the agenda, but it's Lansdowne 2.0, so you can imagine.
Sorry, Carolyn, we're just Vice Strickland.
I'm starving, but I'll hold off, knowing the meeting should wrap up soon.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I lost my train of thought. There's multiple ways to move forward on the design. We don't have a developer in front of us. We have an exemplar design of a concept plan. So what we would do is we would wrap those design and urban design parameters and heritage parameters into our air rights process in terms of what do we want to see in terms of scoring when developers bid on the air rights, and we would receive concept plans. So we see it as this is the best foot forward on what we think today. We are going to put out an RFO with more criteria. We're going to receive bids. We're going to report back to council. There'll be a site plan process. We'll make that developer go to UDRP. They'll have to go through our development review staff and back to our heritage staff for review on all these checks and balances in order to review the ultimate design that comes through site plan.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Menard. I don't see any other questions for staff on this item. I do believe we are in receipt of a motion from Member Quinn. And the item is now on the screen. I'd invite Member Quinn to introduce the motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. The motion reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Built Heritage Committee recommends that Council not support a motion that may come before you that recommends the reinstatement of the third tower due to the negative heritage implications such a structure would have on the Aberdeen Pavilion in terms of proximity, shadow casting, visual crowding, and public experience of the National Historic Site.
Thank you so much. Do you have any other comments on this motion? And of course, we can open this up to debate.
Only to say that if any of my colleagues think that we could beef it up and make it stronger, please let me know.
I don't see any other hands raised.
Thank you.
But before we go to the vote, I would just exercise caution here. in so much that I don't want obviously to be overly prescriptive and presumptive with my colleagues. We do have a very complex file that's coming before us in terms of council that was moved to full council from the joint committee for deliberation. In terms of the report that was initially before us, it was to be received to forward information, not specifically a recommendation from this committee. Of course, it's the right of members to introduce such motions, but with the complexity before members of council, as well as the ongoing discussions around, I believe, 20 motions that will be before us. There will be many permutations to that. And I don't think at least that council members, whether or not they are sympathetic to this view, would want to limit debate or advance a specific view that might be more presumptive and prescriptive than what would emerge during the debate and deliberation at the special meeting of council. So despite the fact that I understand where this motion is coming from, I understand the sentiments, I would not be able to support the motion that is before us in terms of refusal of a third tower. Are there any other comments on this item before it goes to a vote? Member Dode.
I just want to say that I support this motion, especially in the same line of thought for protecting their heritage, and a tower that grows will have all the heritage impact that the heritage impact assessment talked about, and that will be going a step back in how far we have come with the two-tower proposal.
Thank you so much for those comments. Are there any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, let's call the roll on this motion.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Member Doty?
Yes.
Member Quinn?
Yes.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Member Madigan, Councillor Leeper? Oh. Vice Chair Plount?
No.
Chair King?
No.
Lost on 3 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you for that. I guess the next item is the report received? Received. Thank you so much. So this report will be submitted to City Council on November 10th, 2023 for consideration. We have no in-camp.
Chair, just to clarify, the special joint, the special council meeting will now begin on Wednesday, the 8th, following.
That's correct. So apologies. This report will be submitted on November 8th, as we did receive notification yesterday that the special meeting would be moved up to Wednesday after the regular council meeting. So thank you so much for that. Fast moving parts here at the city. So we have no in-camera items. We have do we have any notices of motion? Seeing none, for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Seeing none, I'm not aware of any inquiries. Is there any other business? Seeing none, on adjournment, is the motion carried? We're adjourned, everyone. Thank you so much. The next meeting is scheduled on Tuesday, December 12th, 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good job, Ralston.